Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. We finished off Kalimdor, our pacifist healer shaman, and our brutal, ferocious feral druid. Let's go ahead and retire them for the time being. Not here. Come on. In the immediate future, the main character we'll be playing as is this guy. This wonderful, wonderful, wonderful bundle of joy here. So, Tirisfal.
Though Lady Sylvanas and her Forsaken finally took vengeance upon their hated enemy, the Lich King, their dark crusade in Northrend proved costly. Betrayed by Grand Apothecary Putrus at the Battle of Wrathgate, the Forsaken's devious plague of death was unleashed upon both the Alliance and the Horde to calamitous effect. Unbeknownst to Sylvanas, Putrus and his demonic ally, Veramathras, had taken control of the Undercity. As a result, the Forsaken were wrongly blamed for the traitor's atrocities. Though the Undercity was eventually retaken, Sylvanas and her followers still bear the weight of Putrus' sins. Mistrusted by the other members of the Horde, the Forsaken must now prove their loyalty to the cause and redeem themselves from their supposed treachery. To this end, Sylvanas has bolstered her defenses within the Tirisfal glades and readied her undead forces for any contingency. As one of the Forsaken, you must use your cunning and viciousness to slay any who would pose a threat to Sylvanas' rule, be they human, undead, or otherwise.
Okay. And of course, tons and tons of add-ons. Hang on, let's go and go through and start fixing these really quick. Listen, obviously Sylvanas, and I want to be clear about this, Sylvanas does bear several bits of blame for the plague and the blight and all the things that happened. But I do kind of like that tidbit. For new Forsaken players. It kind of helps emphasize something, which kind of will only dip its feet into. It's the idea that the Forsaken, and I know this is going to sound strange, but hear me out, are not incredibly evil. I know, just bear with me on here. I know this is shocking. What's really funny about that, if I might be so bold, is that people have been arguing about the evilness of the Forsaken since vanilla. Which I find funny, because if you actually did the vanilla quest, you would know that, no, they've got bad eggs like everyone does, but they're not evil. Pretty much top to bottom. No, the problem is what I mentally like to think of as the cult of Sylvanas. She has a hell of a cult of personality around her, and as I've pointed out many, many times, she was evil before she died. I mean, maybe evil is overselling it, but she was a hell of a warhawk. Like, she was not a nice person. Yeah, martially driven. In many ways, she reminded me of Tyrande, but like more, if that makes any sense. She was also a bit of a supremacist. That's what I was looking for. Pay attention more. Like, Sylvanas was very much elves for elves. Oh no, that's the funny thing, Cloden. Sylvanas was probably one of the more moderates amongst the Farstriders. And then you have your occasional good eggs like Lorthamar. He was actually cool, even back in the day. It's one of the reasons why he wasn't promoted that high up. Okay, hang on. Pets. Things. I need these. Speaking of which, I'm going to pop this right now. Grab 1, 2, 3, 4 bags. Just got to equip these right now. I'm actually really looking forward to trying out Hunter. I haven't actually played Hunter since Legion, so I haven't even gotten to enjoy the Dragonflight changes to Hunter yet. One last thing, just to get rid of that and that. I think it's everything. That feels right. That is a good question, Cloden. Okay. So, when you start off as a Forsaken nowadays, it's not really shown here, but you know, we're raised. You're supposed to actually start off dead. I think they changed that because players were complaining because players are stupid. But you're supposed to start off immobilized and laying on the ground dead. And then when you talk to the quest NPC, who is right there in clickable range, rise, swift shot. Rise! Welcome back to the land of the living. Wait, really? Why didn't I start? Oh, whatever. With the blessing and power of the Dark Lady, I have freed you from death's grip. You are no slave. You are free to follow whatever path you choose from here. If you choose to serve the Dark Lady, I recommend you speak with the Undertaker Mordo. I commented on this in the lore run, but can I just say I absolutely adore how insidiously evil this is. To be very clear, while I defend the Forsaken, that's like saying I defend the humans, or the orcs. Forsaken are functionally a species, not a faction. I know that sounds like a weird way to put that, but you get how I phrase that, right? Because the Forsaken consist of multiple factions. There are quite a few disparate groups within the Forsaken, and a lot of them disagree with each other. Go figure how that tends to work out. So, you know, we've got the hardline Sylvanas loyalists. We've got... Let me actually say that more clearly. So you've got the military, you've got the civilian sector, and you've got, like, the trade economic sector. So you've got your three rough groups of Forsaken. But even amongst those, there's, like, another Venn diagram that kind of dips in and out of some of them. Of, are you one of the people who uses Sylvanas as your sense of identity? Or are you not? Now, to explain that briefly... yeah, no, exactly. That's about what I was about to talk about, Cloden. So you're dead, okay? You died. And statistically speaking, if you are a Forsaken, you're probably a human who died during the Third War as a result of the Scourge running roughshod over Lordaeron, okay? Now, that's not necessarily true, it's worth noting. It's just, it's likely that that's why you died. So you didn't just die, you died badly. Remember, death is kind of unpleasant. Dying, I should say, is kind of unpleasant in this setting. As it tends to be in most settings. Weird how that works out. It's usually not like tea and crumpets. Let me come back to that, Cashel. Just hold on, let me finish. Sorry, I've got a little bit to unpack right at the beginning here. So, dying is unpleasant, but as I've mentioned a few times, being brought back is also unpleasant. Now, they never go into full detail on this, unfortunately, but the way I like to think of it is, it's the same thing. It's the same general feeling and experience. It's just as traumatizing, physically and mentally, as dying. So, horrible trauma, and then horrible trauma. And now you're walking around, and you're dead. We also know that the Forsaken are not perfect undead. In other words, they need maintenance. They need to stitch their body together. They need to maintain the magic that keeps their forms functioning, right? They still need a lot of the basics of things. They need a lot of the basic things that we need, but they need even more maintenance than we need, right? Because they have to deal with so many other things as a result of the extra upkeep of being an undead. So, keep all of that in mind, right? In other words, being a Forsaken kind of frickin' sucks, is what I'm trying to get at here. Yeah, actually, that's a good comparison if you've seen that film to what Wenlock just said. So, as a direct consequence, a lot of these people have it's very D&D, right? It's very decide for yourself kind of a thing, which is fantastic, because any given Forsaken player can just decide how their Forsaken reacts to all of this crap, right? And that's true amongst the characters too. A lot of Forsaken characters have a lot of different mentalities on what it's like being dead and being undead. Some of them embrace it, some of them get worse, some of them get better, some of them try to do what they can, some of them freak out, some of them immediately kill themselves, some of them need to cling to whatever scrap of identity that they can. I hate to emphasize that word, because it's been a little bit poisoned over the last few years in real life. Intentionally, I think, if I might be so bold, but that's neither here nor there. But identity is very important for any sentient sapient person, as every single person in chat right now, and the people watching this on the YouTube VOD, you're still awesome, YouTube watchers, can attest to. Identity is a lot of who and how we think of ourselves as. It's how we define ourselves, whether we define ourselves by a political entity, or by a sports team, or by a fan of a particular franchise, or by a particular belief, or whatever. We've all got things that form our identity, who we are. And the Forsaken, all the Forsaken across all of this land, who have all been raised up, don't have a lot in common other than their shared torment. And so it makes perfect sense that there's this one person who is a populist. Sylvanas is definitely another populist. Funny how that keeps cropping up in this setting. Who gives them purpose, who gives them something to do, who puts them together into a shared identity. Sylvanas becomes their identity. That's why I call her Cult of Personalities, because so many people consider themselves followers of Sylvanas, followers of the Banshee Queen, because she gave them all something when they had nothing else, and had just gone through a lot of horrible, horrible crap. Now, not for me, but you can understand it, right? You can understand how relatable, how believable it is to look at that kind of a situation and see how so many people would cling to that concept of being a loyalist of Sylvanas, even after she does all kinds of terrible, terrible things. There's a cutscene that I'm going to spoil very, very, very slightly, where Sylvanas does something really horrible and actually insults even the other Forsaken. And the camera lingers for just a second on one of the Forsaken. And the Forsaken just kind of looks to the side at her like, really? But it's still like a hesitant thing. And I'm bringing that up because it's wonderfully nuanced. Because on the one hand, obviously that particular Forsaken is like, whoa, but still has just enough adherence to Sylvanas to not immediately turn on her. To just be like, because so many of them are so yoked to the identity of being a follower of Sylvanas. Now, I'll get to Mr. Red's comments in a second, because I want to answer Casual's question. Yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. That's exactly the vibe. God, the animatics in BFA were so good. It's so frustrating. So as we stand here, there are these Valkyr running around, rising people. And each of them responds a little bit differently. If the Banshee Queen has offered me this chance, I will gladly serve. I'm going to sit here for a minute. They've done a couple of them as I've been chatting, so forgive me. We're just going to sit here for a moment, because I kind of want to show these. Let's see, I saw a corpse with a jaw that would fit you. There we go. By the way, this is absolutely some NPC set dressing. There's just little events that play out. Pseudo-random, as we stand here. In the name of this Queen of Sylvanas, I give this gift out on you. And that guy turns mindless and runs away screaming. In fact, his actual words are, I never asked for this. Leave me alone. There's another one. See, it's kind of random, like I said. Yeah, speaking of insidiousness. Well, I suppose it's debatable, Loke. What use has the Dark Lady for me? So here's another one who accepts the gift. So yeah, as you saw, it's literally right there in the literal absolute first quest any Forsaken player says. You are no slave. You are free to choose whatever path you choose from here. If you choose to serve the Dark Lady, I suggest you speak with him. It very much is a different approach. Part of the funny part here is that the Valkyr here, and especially Sylvanas, frankly, are not good. Don't even talk to me about the jailer. Are not good enough necromancers to enforce loyalty. They're not good enough to truly enslave. Not like how most necromancers do. So they kind of have to go this route. But also, like, what other choice do they have? Like, what? That's part of the insidiousness. This is all right. Congratulations, you're undead in a world that very recently, like 7 years ago at this point, has just had a major undead incursion, which has swept most of the planet. Oh, also, there was an entire war against that same undead incursion, like about 1.5 years ago. So what future do you think you have as an undead? I keep waiting for one specific one to play. We keep getting these mindless zombies. Yeah, everyone's going to hate your guts. Remember, when the Forsaken first reached out to the Alliance in a peace offering, the Alliance killed the diplomats that were sent because they were undead. And that's awful, and it is, let's be very clear about that. But it's also horribly understandable, because again, right now, fear of the Scourge and fear of undeath in general is something that's like going to be a cultural norm for the next several, like probably century, at the very least. As we were talking about the other day, you know, fear and hatred of undeath has probably supplanted most of the fear and hatred of the orcs and the horde, or at least it should have. Not yet, Spartan. Hang on. They have, Loke. So, of course... So it's very, very understandable why so many people are like, undead. But it's also just such a horrible tragedy, because remember, the Forsaken are... Oh, hang on. What is this happening? What have you done to me? I should be dead, and to death I return. And some of them immediately commit suicide upon being raised. There's your 3 reactions. The 3 reactions we see here are mindless fear and rage, immediate suicide, or, well, I guess I'll serve. Because again, what else are you going to do? Like, even if you ignore the fact that you are now undead in a setting that absolutely despises undead, including you, I should add, I have no idea, Loke. What else are you going to do? You have no money. You only have whatever you happen to have been buried with. You have no support network. Where are you going to go? So your options are risk going out into the wilds on your own, dying, or you know, you could serve the Forsaken. And here we are. This is such a wonderful set piece and does so much to properly set the tone for what the Forsaken really are and how backed into a corner any brand new Forsaken really is. They cannot. No, Logue. They have a very finite number of Valkyr, and any loss of a Valkyr is a permanent loss. Let's not talk about the Shadowlands. Actually, if I can add something here. As of this exact moment in time, they had actually done some writing for what the afterlife was like in this setting. On the one hand, they had the dark, which would eventually be retconned into being the Maw. And on the other hand, they had the light, which was just, you know, someplace. Who knows? We don't even know. And all we really know about the light and the dark is that the light was a nice place to be and the dark was not. No idea what caused you to go to one direction or the other. Just speculation and all kinds of other unpleasant stuff like that. So who knows, as of the point at which this was written. Now I gotta acknowledge like 3 people's things. So hang on. So first of all, let's see. So Mr. Red says, okay, so what's your name again? Rosebank. The idea behind this character is that she's a risen Scarlet. Boy, that sounds familiar. Kind of hardliner in life, quite a zealot, did everything right, raised by the awful version of the light the Scarlet sells. Dies, gets raised, goes through the initial shock, and realizes she's largely just free from the dogma. And she has this new lease on life where she's just kind of like, sweet! And she's probably technically a paladin, but they don't let us roll that yet because they're cowards. Let us roll cowards. I mean, paladins. I like it. You should totally remake Rosebank as a paladin if they ever give you the option to. Spartan says, does this version of Undeath give greater power if you choose to serve? So, no. This is kind of fire and forget Undeath, right? So most of the Forsaken, frankly, do not have the power to raise into Undeath. I should probably mention that raising up a free-willed undead is actually kind of high-tier magic by itself. Let's take a brief moment to discuss Undeath. Don't worry, I'm just going to run over this very, very quickly, right? Yeah, exactly, creamy human being. Let us do more Unforsaken stuff. Anyways. Like, let me play an undead elf. Let me play an undead Tauren, for God's sakes. Sorry, moving on. Oh, dude. Night Elf Paladins, yeah! Sorry. So there's constructs. We actually see a few of these. We've already seen quite a few of these in Warcraft. But the easiest way to explain constructs is that's most of what Undeath was prior to the events of Warcraft 3. I made a comment that the concept of Undeath was actually very recent to the concept of this type of Undeath was very recent to the setting, and someone was like, well, actually, no, Undeath has been around for forever. I'm still going to disagree with that, because Undeath, for the most part, prior to now, was raising up bones or spirits or whatever, and pointing them in a direction and saying, go. As of Warcraft 3, experiments have been done. Like, Undeath has become a whole new field of study, right? Remember, the most skilled necromancer in, like, the world, who was an archmage, who had tons of money and resources and access to all kinds of things to study, said necromancy, his greatest accomplishment was somehow getting a squirrel or maybe it was a rabbit. I think it was some kind of little creature back up from the dead after he'd killed it, right? That's Kel'Thuzad, if you're wondering. So this, an actual tall, this is a person. This is a person with their soul reattached to what is left of their body, and that body is reanimated by the energies of necromancy. This is actually very, very advanced necromancy. Before this, yeah, you just a couple of bones and you'd animate them, or a couple of zombies and you'd animate them, and that's kind of it, right? That's type 1 undeath in Warcraft. Yeah, I got a nice jaw. Check this out. I did that on purpose, too. Check it out. New jaw. Oh, yeah. Looking sharp. I know it's supposed to be bone, but I like to think that it's actually metal. Like someone literally smithed a new jaw for me. Anyways. So, yeah. The overwhelming majority of undeath was just constructs that happened to be using bodies instead of, like, rock or metal or elemental energy or whatever, right? Golems, put very, very simply. The second type of undead is natural undead. In other words, you've seen dozens of those as we've been questing as well. You died badly, and so your ghost now haunts an area, right? Remember those spirits we saw back in Winterspring, or the haunt, the creature, the dead night elves that were still haunting Darkshore? Those are natural undead. Those have been around for a while too, but as you might imagine from the name, nobody makes those. They just kind of naturally happen by virtue of being natural undead. That brings us to the third type. That's these guys. Third type is sentient undead. We have ability to think and feel and make up our own mind and have our own sentience and sapience and free will. Now, there's a lot of subclasses from the third type, which I don't want to go into right now. This is supposed to be a brief overview. No, you can't think. Oh yeah, the Ghost of the Draenei. That's another one we already dealt with. Oh, back in BC. The Draenei really didn't like undead. So just being able to fire up these kind of undead is itself very, very advanced, and something that the Forsaken were not able to do until they got the Valkyr. They mention this, and it's a good thing they mention this, because it is something that should be a plot point. Forsaken are a net negative population. They can't reproduce in any real sense of the word, so they were dying out. Every loss of a Forsaken is a permanent loss of number. So, after the events of Northrend, Sylvanas makes a deal with the Valkyr. And the Valkyr are like, alright, we have extraordinarily powerful magic. We can go ahead and rip up corpses to become, type 3, to be sentient sapient people. And you have a choice, of course, don't worry. But again, they do not have the level of power or the scale necessary in order to then enforce control. Hence this whole social engineering thing, in order to make sure that we stay loyal. Because remember, the whole goal here is to recruit new members. They want more members of the Forsaken. And Sylvanas in particular wants more members of the military. Yeah, they cannot reform the Scourge. They quite literally do not have the power to. I think that answers Spartan's question in full. Hang on, let me double check that. Oh, congrats on the win, Spartan. Right, sorry. So, sorry, all of that was a way to explain the answer, because you asked, is this form of undead, does it give you more power if you're willing? It's a non-applicable question. You're not stronger or weaker or anything. All you are is just you, but dead again. Most of the things that would grant you more power are a conversion of you, if that makes any sense. So, like, a lich. What we are here is fundamentally, like what Mr. Red is right here, is fundamentally different from a lich, because liches are a complete transformation of who you were and of your soul in order to turn you into a new entity. Whereas this is just your body reanimated with magic and your soul stapled back into it, right? Now that's actually a good question, Takoida. There have been some questions about that over the years, and some retcons. Probably true, Takoida. It's worth noting we have never seen a lich until Warcraft 3. That was a brand new thing as of Warcraft 3, so that probably wasn't a Lich King thing. I do actually, Cloden. I feel like that was just either bad translation, bad writing, or just using the term generically. And I do like to think that there's a little bit of psychology involved. I wonder if Exalted goes into this, because it goes into everything else. A couple of settings I've seen, no, Ascension's a good word for a Loke. A couple of settings I've seen have played with the idea of what happens when your body doesn't need to sleep, but your mind does, because you used to be mortal. And so, like, you get into the psychology of doing things you don't actually have to do. Right? You don't actually need to lay down and rest. You don't actually need to take breaks. You know, you don't actually have to stop working. You just kind of do because your mind is telling you need to, right? It's just something that's interesting to think about in the background culture of what it's like being an undead. Anyway, sorry, that was a lot to talk about, but as you can imagine, there's a lot to unpack with being a walking undead. If I could say one thing really quick here, one of the things I've always liked best about WoW is the fact that they let you roll a Forsaken. It was actually a pretty brave choice, even though the Forsaken were very clearly written to just be straight up evil back in vanilla, and some of Cata. It was still a very brave choice to allow a player to play an undead, especially in the wake of Warcraft 3.
Speak quickly.
Yeah, I remember that as Mirastar. Hello there, you must be Swiftshot.
Farewell.
I'm pleased to see you're up and walking around. You've held up nicely, especially after being dead for so long. Others weren't as lucky. If you wouldn't mind, I need you to fetch some my embalming fluid and some twine to stitch up these bodies. You'll find both in the shadow grave just behind me. Here, let Darnell find you.
Watch your back.
Oh, you're tall, Darnell. Jesus. Yes, I did. I even wrote it down, Kennex Cow. Jedi Fallen Block, the Jedi Fallen Order, Jack Block, and Yakuza 0. What's interesting, if I might be so bold, there's this sort of presumption that the undead prefer Rot and Gruk as their preferred aesthetic. That's not true. They can tolerate it more, but that doesn't mean they prefer it. Whether or not you prefer such a thing is kind of up to you. I actually like to think that the modern Forsaken, with the absence of Sylvanas, and no longer being shoved and manipulated into joining the military like 20 minutes after being ripped out of your own grave, is a much more warm and accepting and like, we understand you're going through something horrible. Don't worry, we've been through something horrible too. We got your back kind of a situation. Yeah, they treat you as a person, exactly. I have no real evidence. Well, actually, I do have a little bit of evidence of this. And I know I've actually referenced this exact scene before, but everything to do with Lillian Voss and What's-His-Face over in BFA. The way that she really did just kind of have his back because she knew what he was going through, and she was there for him, right? And Lillian is on the council, last I checked. Oh, by the way, yeah, the Forsaken as of modern times is actually run by a council. The only reason I bring that up is that means that one of the first polities in this setting to be run in it democratically, rather than as a military dictatorship, are the Forsaken. Yeah, they chose representation. Something about that is immensely amusing to me. Anyways.
And you are...
Exactly what I needed. You'll be an asset to the Forsaken. You know what, has you were quite the hunter in your previous life. Maybe I should assign you a more exciting task.
Victory for
The Valkyrie raise hundreds of corpses every day. Agatha. I'm going to say Agatha. Agatha raised you just a few moments, Agatha raised you just a few moments ago, but not all are as lucky as you. Some maintain their free will, but live in constant fear and confusion. They usually run off into the woods, cowering at their own reflections. Others lose their minds completely, shambling about aimlessly, often turn to violence, and they must be destroyed. This is your task. Destroy our former brothers and sisters. Destroy them, our former brothers and sisters, though they may be.
Beware the living.
I know. Imagine if Lillian had successfully killed herself right at the beginning. I know that sounds like a minor change, but no, really think about that. Think about how much of a sea change that would be if she had. Depends would be my answer. After all, do you trust real-life tech that much with something like your brain? Because I don't.
What is it?
King, peasant, or hunter, I don't care what you were before. I just need someone with a working tongue. Being raised from the dead is strenuous. Not everyone copes with it as well as you did. In particular, there's 3 newly raising undead who are having trouble coping right now. I want you to find them and talk to them. It might be they just need someone they can relate with. You'll find them here in the graveyard.
Trust no one.
Okay, I can do that. What do we start off with? So we start off with Steady Shot. That's our generator, which we can use while moving and is a cast time. And then we've got our Spender, which is our instacast. Okay. No, exactly, Lo. It makes perfect sense that the Forsaken would be one of the first to actually care about its own people. I know that sounds really weird, but most Forsaken... I'm saying this wrong. It makes sense to me that Forsaken would be naturally more empathetic. Shared torment. Just about any other Forsaken you're going to meet knows what you've been going through, because they've been through it already.
What do you require?
What's going on? Who are you? What happened to me? Don't you remember? You died. I died. Yes, you're right. I died. It was an orc. He cut off my hands and left me to die. These aren't my hands. These aren't my hands! Calm down, calm down. Undertaker Mordo probably sewed on some new ones for you. I suppose this is my faith, then. Part of an undead army. Somehow I never considered I might end up fighting for the Forsaken. What do I do now? Talk to Undertaker Mordor. He'll tell you what to do. That's all I know. I see. Oh, let's get to work, then. Dark Lady needs us, right? Marshal Redpath. If that name doesn't sound familiar to you, don't worry about it. But this guy was from Vanilla, from the East Plagues, from the Darrowshire chain. Hi, Bragwin. Oh my god, it's Elvira. It's straight up Elvira. That's great.
This had better be good.
Stand back, monster. You want to fight? Because I'll fight you. I'll fight any one of you creatures. Do you hear me? I'm not here to fight you. I've been asked to speak with you. Oh, really? Fine. I don't want to join you and your Forsaken. Maybe I'll start my own Forsaken. Maybe I'll invent Forsaken with elbows. You're free to do whatever you like.
Goodbye.
Who are you calling a monster? You're the monster! I'm just a man who died. And, well, I've already referenced her plenty. So there she is. Lillian Voss.
What is it you ask?
Get away from me, you abomination. I'm not an abomination. I'm simply undead. I just want to speak with you. The undead are a taint on Azeroth. Every one of you creatures deserves to be destroyed. But Lillian, do you realize you are undead yourself?
Do not linger.
No, you're lying. My father will protect me. Okay. Well, 1 out of 3 success rate there.
Hello?
Not even the power of the Valkyr was enough to save these creatures. They were doomed from the beginning. I've obtained some equipment for you. It's not much, but it'll help.
Watch your back.
Wing clip. Sweet. Put that over there and probably never use it.
I'm listening.
You've done well, Hunter. As you can see, not all of us have resigned to our fates. I'm glad to see you're willing at least to work. Valdred will be a valuable asset to the Forsaken. As for the other two, there's not much we can do. We cannot force them to join us.
Farewell.
Darnell tells me the two of you have already met. Hello again. That's good, because I'm sending you both to death now. Your work here is done. Speak with Death Guard Saltane in Death now. He'll tell you what more he does.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Also, can I just say I love the new Cataclysm variant of the Undead theme. It's a longer loop, first of all, which is nice. And it's a wonderful take on it. So let's just give that music positive right now. And double it. Yep.
What now?
Those Valkyr have been really busy resurrecting you newbies lately. I've already seen a couple dozen new bodies run down the hill this morning. You, however, are the most promising hunter I've seen today. Yeah, I'm the PC.
Beware the...
I've been shipping in dead bodies from Silverpine, Hillsbrad, anywhere we can get them from. We can't, however, afford to ignore the bodies which are sitting right on our doorstep. The last vestiges of the Scarlet Crusade roam here in Tirisfal Glades. Well, we've managed to push them from death now. Several of their bodies litter the buildings north and east. Go find them. Take that Darnell fellow with you. He looks strong enough to carry a few corpses.
Our time will come.
I have noticed that as Miristar. I'm still kind of fond of the troll one, but yeah, Darnell's kind of amusing in his own right. Hey, look, here's all the class trainers you don't need anymore.
I am forsaken.
If you're going to be an asset to the Forsaken, you need to learn how to fight, and there's no better target than the Scourge's minions. The wretched ghouls and rattle-cage skeletons that roam to the north and east are former troopers of the fallen Scourge. They should prove to be an even match for a fledgling hunter like you. Do not tarry. When you're done, speak to me again.
Dark Lady, watch over you.
The what? I'm sorry, Luke. I was going to accept the invite here. God. So many corpses. No, this one already died. You'll notice this is sharing, by the way. So as I'm gathering corpses, Mr. Red is getting credit for this. I'm only putting that up because Kata isn't perfect with sharing, but it's a lot better than Wrath was. Like, it's weird how much of a jump up it was from Wrath to Kata in terms of sharing in a group. Also, this is Darnell now. He's, yeah, whatever. Oh, never mind. Corpses don't share. Never mind. Ignore me. Ignore me. Well, that just makes my point, doesn't it? That's actually funny. Warlords. Warlords is the first expansion where, like, everything shares. So it'll be the first expansion that finally gets positives for that.
I am forsaken.
Great work. I know you weren't useless. Here, take one of these. We Death Guards have piles of things just lying around.
Embrace the shadow.
I gotta disengage. Oh my god, the corpse has died again. Whoa! Oh, there it is. It's under S. They're not. So, something you have to kind of understand about the Scourge is that for all intents and purposes, the Scourge do not exist anymore. Like, there is no polity that is the Scourge as of this point in time. There hasn't been since the end of Wrath. Instead, you have all kinds of consequences of that. You're fine, Bragwin. I just thought you want to group for a bit. You don't have to group with me. Do I smell? Be honest, Bragwin. Be honest. See, if I was going to make her Forsaken, which I have, I would make her a Night Elf, which I did. I know, you can't actually do that. But in lore, Frozen Sorrow is actually my Night Elf warrior from Vanilla, brought back.
Hello.
You're growing in strength. I've seen your type before. You'll be moving out of Death Knell and onto greater things before long. Just make sure you don't lose sight of where you started. You have much to accomplish.
Remember.
Why don't you go speak with my novice? She serves me and can have some tasks to which you can apply your new abilities.
And you are...
May the Dark Lady watch over you.
No.
I saw a forsaken woman running towards the old inn, screaming for her life, pleading to be taken back home. Not all of us are as resolute as the others. Even so, we must accept our fate as undead if we're to rise up against those who would put us down. Oh yeah, that's another thing that helps to define the Forsaken. Defiance. Not hope. Remember, hope and defiance are very different things. Hope is, someday things might get better. Defiance is, screw you, I'm not going down quietly. And there's a lot of that in the Forsaken. It's right there in the name, for God's sakes.
Goodbye.
Yeah, even the more positively inclined Forsaken tend to be rather punk. That's the ideal in Aerith. I need to find that world quest. So there's Lillian.
I live my life in the shadows.
Get away from me, you monster. Don't look at me, I'm hideous. You're not hideous, Lillian. I mean, she's not. She's actually one of the better looking Forsaken. But let's not get into that. She's not my waifu or anything. Although... No, I'm kidding. You're not hideous, Lillian. I shouldn't joke. This is a great question. You're one of us. Here, look in the mirror. See for yourself.
Keep your guard up.
You don't understand. I can't be undead. Not me. Not now. So, real quick. I do want to comment on the fact that in Kata they added a brand new emote. Cower. I only mention this because the first time I ever noticed it was with Lillian, just there, in that exact quest. It's actually a pretty good emote. You can tell because, I mean, it's got more general detail and quality to it than a lot of the older emotes. Probably because it's a newer one. Hang on one second. I do not, actually, Yura. Do you? I know. Stop making toy cooldowns so freaking long. God.
What is it?
You see, she ran away. What a shame. Very well. As long as she's maintained her free will, there's still hope.
Do not seek death.
Whoa there. If you could keep... I could keep you busy in town all week, but you seem to be more the fighting type. Yeah, you'll do just fine. Go talk to Executor Aaron. Follow the path north out of Death Knell. You'll find him not far past the barricades. One very minor thing that I'm not sure everyone leans into the same way I do. Put that up there. Put it right there. Is that... put this over... Whoa. Why? Ah! Hang on. There we go. Damn. As I mentioned, as a player character, undead, you were intended to be raised up and put into the military. Obviously, we do not join the military. You can decide for yourself why that's a thing. But I've always found that vaguely interesting to me personally, that we were given the choice to become, we must join the Death Guard and become part of the Forsaken arm of the Horde. And we just say, no, we're good. And we go off to become an adventurer instead.
This had better be good.
What do we have here? A new hunter ready for battle, huh?
Watch your back.
First of all, look at your armor. You're a mess. Hey! If you'd like to stay in one piece, and I've no doubt you do, perhaps I can help. If you can gather some paws and wings from the wolves and bats nearby, maybe I'll find some armor for you.
Remember,
Now,
patience.
that's probably not going to share. But first, I want to jot down some thoughts. Sorry, give me a second here. What, the one that's basically just a glorified Sylvanas emblem? Yes, happy Lormus. We're getting pretty close, aren't we? Yep, we're almost there. That's here, I think. God, I'm not even sure. Whatever. That is a good question, Linnea. The way I've generally seen it written, this is presumptive, is that doing any damage to a body obviously causes damage to the body to the point where it's going to have issues. But it also does damage to the magics that's keeping the body intact, right? So while you're obviously doing damage to the physicality of the person as you're hitting them, you're also like depleting their mana bar, for lack of a better way to put it. The mana bar goes empty, the magic sustaining them poofs away. Thud. Oh, how the Forsaken go about ensuring the Valkyrie are protected? I mean, they're a strategic asset. So, the same way most people protect strategic assets. The overwhelming majority of Valkyrie that are not on patrol or doing something are with Sylvanas herself. Personal bodyguard / envoy kind of a thing. The ones that are lent out to those who are either trusted with them or have the military backing to keep them protected. This probably doesn't look like it, but this is actually a fairly safe place, militarily speaking. This is very, very behind Forsaken lines, behind multiple barriers of defense, and literally, like, there's actually a wall over there. You can see it right over there. So, strategic asset. Let's see. Does it give us... No, it does not give us an initial pet. Well, what do we want as our first pet? Anything other than a spider. That's a good idea. Agreed, Dakota. Never has, never will. Like, even the argument for it is just kind of, huh? I was debating a bat. I'm trying to think of what other mobs, that is to say, animals, exist in Tirisfal. That's true. I love how it's Miristar and Mr. Red both at the same time in different chat programs both say, there's the Darkhounds. Also, I'm going to go against the grain here. Obviously, this is a little bit too early to really judge this, but I think Tirisfal probably qualifies for a brickwork positive. Probably just the one, as with most, vanilla zones. One positive is about as good as they're getting. But they did a decent amount of work with Tirisfal. We'll judge that more as we actually get into the zone proper. We're still in the tutorial zone right now, but...
What would you ask of death?
Do try your best to keep yourself unharmed until you get some armor.
Farewell.
Thank you. This armor should help you out. Hopefully, it should do you more good than the last one to wear it. Okay.
No one.
One of our greatest struggles is obtaining natural resources we need to survive. That's most people's greatest struggle. Gold was scarce in Lordaeron, even at the height of the Alliance's power so many years ago. There's a gold mine to the west, overrun with spiders. We need gold from the mine, but we can't very well get it while the spiders are crawling around in there. I haven't got much manpower to commit to the task, so you will have to do it little by little.
Beware. Our enemy is abound.
I mean, Hellfire Peninsula was surprisingly well designed visually. Then again, I can say that about a lot of BC zones. So, while we're here, if you've paid any kind of attention to me at all, and I don't blame you if you haven't, the class I recommend people play if you're new to WoW, and if you're new to, like, this kind of thing in general, is Hunter. I hope I'm showing off at least a little bit why I think that. It is extremely mobile. There is nothing you need to stand still for, really, as Hunter. Except for, like, taming a new pet. You also get a pet, and a pet can, of course, help tank for you. So you've got a class that's ranged, mobile, and has the ability to keep stuff off of you. So it's great for soloing, and it's great for getting into the vibe of the game in general. Hunters can punch above their weight pretty well. Yeah, there's also a melee option, if you want to try out melee, exactly. It also had, and I gotta use past tense on that because I'm not sure if it still does, a decently high skill ceiling, too. So, while it's easy to pick up, there's a lot you could do to min-max it at the higher end. It also has some oh crap buttons to try and prevent you from dying if you're still trying to figure out what you're doing. Like, for example, feign death. Oh no, I'm dead! Oh no, I'm very dead. Surprise, sucker! Sorry. So, feign death. I should explain that really quickly. Tricks enemies into ignoring you. Lasts up to 6 minutes. Now, here's the deal. I don't know how much of any of what I'm about to say is true anymore. But back in the day, feign death was effectively a spell. In other words, it could be resisted. So, if you feign death and you see the enemy pop up with resist, then you're screwed. And they're just going to be like, oh, okay. And just chew on your corpse. It's also a good way to dump aggro. Like, if you've got aggro on a mob because your pet just isn't pulling it for whatever reason, you can be like, huh, and then let the pet pull it back. Or the tank, or whatever you're actually doing. A lot of people mocked hunters back in vanilla. To my knowledge, that stigma's mostly gone at this point. But the reason why was because, first of all, tab targeting was actually a lot worse in vanilla. A lot of people tend to forget that. Classic, I think, has the benefit of modern tab targeting. Don't quote me on that, I haven't tested it extensively. But I can tell you right now, this tab targeting system right here that I'm actually using right now did not exist in vanilla. So sometimes you'd tab target and you'd target, like, I'm staring at this guy right over here. And I'd target this guy over here. And I'd be like, alright, ha! Oh, shoot. Now, obviously I just killed that guy, but in a dungeon, or a raid, pulling one extra mob would usually mean death. And if you've been paying any kind of attention as we've been doing vanilla and BC dungeons, you remember most of those trash packs are pretty close to each other, and thus very, very easy to accidentally tab target and pull. It's kind of like how Dragoons are still kind of memed on in FF14, even though there's not a lot of validity to that anymore.
What is it?
Well, it's a start. It'll take a few weeks or months to fully clean up the infestation. After that, we'll have to get in there with some torches. You've done your duty well. Thanks.
Remember, patience, discipline.
While you were inside that cave, your big friend Darnell came by with some alarming news. Since the Valkyrie arrived, we've seen more and more undead that choose not to join our forces. They've been gathering in a small camp here in the valley, and now they've organized. They plan to attack Deathnell. Really?
Beware, our enemies abound.
And logically, Forsaken forming their own little micro-faction actually makes a lot of sense. They don't cover this as in-depth as I'd love to, but I like to think that this happens semi-regularly. After all, they're raising the undead from corpses all over this entire region. The whole of what used to be... The whole of what used to be Lordaeron, right? So, all around here. So, a lot of these people were Scarlets. And a lot of these people were people who died to the undead. So it makes a lot of sense that those who don't immediately kill themselves would be like, oh yeah? And, well, here we are.
Speak quickly.
See those tents up there? That's where we're headed. Battle's probably already started.
Farewell.
While you were taking care of matters for Executor Aaron, I went off on an assignment of my own. Shadow Priest Sarvis asked me to peek in on the Rotbrain camp. There's a reason they're called Rotbrains. Their leader goes by the name of Marshal Redpath. He's a beast. Look, the attack's starting. You're a better combatant than I am. Get in there and help out.
Beware the living.
And here's yet another one of those kata things they do with a battle in preparation. Really, Esmiristar? Interesting. And yeah, as Mr. Red said, this is kind of the undead equivalent of peasant rebellions. I'm a monster. Don't look at me. It's an interesting battle cry. Already has, Magister. Already has. These rebel scum. Oh no, she's still arguing me. Oh no, she didn't. Let's get show off feign death. Yeah, whatever.
Speak quickly. Trust no one.
God freaking damn it. Being born again under the power of the Valkyr is a strenuous process. Many don't survive the shock, turning into zombies or ghouls. Others retain just enough humanity to seem normal on the outside, but they're sick inside. We should have slain those rot brains the day they were raised. As for you, you're a strong hunter. I knew you'd do well. You'll be heading out of Death Knell soon. He produces a piece of paper from his robes. Here, these will need to be taken to my field agent, Deathguard Simmer. This information contains whereabouts of the last few holdouts of the Scarlet Crusade. Remember, this is post-Wrath, which means the Scarlets are frickety dead. Now, there's always going to be holdouts that'll continue all the way until Dragonflight, believe it or not. But no, for all intents and purposes, the Scarlets are gone. They had a few holdings. Those holdings have been completely knocked over at this point. We will destroy these Crusaders once and for all, and I have a feeling you'll be instrumental in that effort. Take the road north, and here's some directions.
Victory for Sylvanas.
I mean, honestly, these people could be neo-Nazis, you know? No, I don't mean like whatever you're thinking in the modern sense. I mean literally people who would like dress up in old Nazi gear and be like, yeah, we're Nazis! Woo! Totally! Did the Scarlet not try to grab her? They, sure. Oh my god, Bragwin is in the ground. I guess it's appropriate for an undead. Like, how do you recover exactly, Loke? What do you recover with, pray tell? Like, we pounded the Scarlets in Vanilla, and then in Wrath, and now we're kind of finishing them off in Kata. Hunter's Mark. How different is this nowadays? Apply Hunter's Mark to a target. Free instant 60-yard range. Hunter's Mark increases all damage done to targets above 80% health by 5%. Will be applied when one target time. When applying, ability goes on cooldown for 20 seconds. That's interesting. That's different. Huh. Okay, so where exactly do you think the Scarlets are going to successfully recruit from, Logue? Like, hang on, I know. I'll go to the Western Plaguelands. Oh wait, okay, I've got it. We'll go to Stromgar. Oh wait. I'm sure that there are plenty of people who are trying to keep the Scarlet Crusade alive, as Loke suggests, but like, they're never going to return to power. Not in any matter, shape, or form. The Scarlets are actually a fairly large organization, especially at their height, which was during Wrath, specifically. Then the Scourge completely destroyed one of their major encampments and 2 of their armies. And that was kind of the end of that. During Wrath, most of their elite forces went up to Northrend. They're all dead. I'm sorry, but sure, while the Scarlets could very technically survive, I want you to really, really think for a moment about how much losses they took in such a short period of time. Like, yeah, no, the Scarlets are dead. So, Captain Perrin, further fortify... This is a weird song to be playing here. Captain Perrin, further fortify your position at the Southwest Tower as designated. Additional supplies will be dispatched at a later date. In the meantime, materials should be obtainable from surrounding farms. Also, further reconnaissance and information should be gathered about the undead in Brill. Captain Vachon, there appears to be increased movement by the undead near the northern tower. This insurgence must be dealt with quickly and decisively. Captain Melreich, there are concerns about the level of organization of undead near the border of the Plaguelands. Fresh group of men will be dispatched to your position in the coming weeks. Glory under the light! Let me put it to you in very simple terms. If they ever wrote a story about how the Scarlet Crusade was totally back and really a threat this time, I would immediately give that a negative story. Because that's stupid. If they wrote a story about the Scarlets deciding to, oh, I don't know, squat on a ruins of a city, in which case they had absolutely no opposition for just squatting on the ruins of a city, that's fine. Because that makes sense, right? That's the kind of dregs of territory they would be able to grab with whatever young, impressionable idiots that they would be able to pull to their side. I mean, after all, it makes sense, right? Oh, undead suck, and they're gross, and they're icky. We must kill them for the light. Yeah, sure. But they're never going to be a power again.
What would you ask of death?
What do you want?
Embrace the shadow.
Very good. You've done well in obtaining this information. Names of the Scarlet Crusade officers in the Tirisfal Glades. Imagine the blow we could deal to the morale of these bloody zealots if we kill their leaders.
Our time.
Humans are notoriously fickle creatures. Farmers to the west are no exceptions. Sure, they may be plowing their fields peacefully by now, but tomorrow they may be raising their sides against us. The Alliance looms close by in Gilneas, and the power of Stormwind looms in the south. Any of these could recruit these Tillers and use them as a wedge against them. I want them dead. See to it that it's done.
Trust no one. I'm listening.
What have we here? You look like a fledgling hunter. If you hope to prove yourself to the Dark Lady, you need to learn the ways of the Forsaken. To the west you'll find a farm. Humans infest the land like mold on a rotting corpse. Worse yet, the Scarlet Crusade patrols nearby from their tower. Teach the scum a lesson. Okay.
Beware the living.
Whoops, I missed one. Yeah.
What is it?
You work hard your whole life. What do you get? Killed by the plague. Then you work even harder on death, and what do you get? Money, yes, and a small estate with a few pesky hangers on, but happiness? Not that much. I'm lonely in my old age. I need a companion. Use this leash on one of the Murlocs.
Beware the living.
When you say companion, I just want to clarify really quick what you mean by that. I guess my overall point, Loke, is that if you decide to have the Scarlets bounce back and back and back and back and back and back and back, and every single time we just swat them right back down like we're playing whack-a-mole, that's actually bad writing at that point. You know? It's Joker immunity, except at an organization instead of an individual. I'm more in favor of actual consequences and continuity than just, hey, let's go beat the Scarlets again. Doesn't matter how much sense it makes. Doesn't matter how realistic it is. I don't give a crap. I've got it. The Scarlets will be a major organization in the Arathi. Oh, God. That's going to be a thing now, isn't it? Yeah, like, imagine for a moment. We're watching Star Wars, right? And there's this brand new enemy power, right? We'll call them like the Initial Order or something like that. So, and they're just the Galactic Empire again. That would be the kind of thing I would consider a negative to story. Like, maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Okay. Yeah, the Scarlets have returned. Somehow. It is going to be a thing, though. What do you want to bet? Like 100%. There's going to be a new Scarlet Crusade. They'll call them the Vermilion Crusade. God, I hope not. I think that the third movie had an extraordinarily rushed and troubled production time. So rather than doing the usual polishing pass runs on the dialogue, they just crapped the dialogue out. So what I think is that that line of dialogue was a... God, what is with my lag today? Look at that. I'm at 600 milliseconds of lag right now. What in the world? Yeah, it was essentially a placeholder line. Whoop. There's a reason why most scripts for television and movies both usually go through many, many, many iterations. As I've said a few times, 9 was the average back in the 90s in terms of revamps. Not revamps, polishing passes, edits. And usually there's a script doctor who comes in and plays with it as well, and then doesn't get credited for it, because why would you credit someone who made your script actually good? That's ridiculous. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The overwhelming majority of people completely underestimate the value of a good editor. But I'm getting off topic. Point is, that is, I think, the answer to your question, Linnea. It's a Star Wars film. Just kick it out. Nobody will care if the script is terrible. I know what you're thinking. Did we care? Well, here's a question. How much money did Episode 9 make? Because that's your answer. Of course. Still haven't decided on a first pet. Have you seen that they're kind of getting rid of pets, but kind of not for marksman? It looks really cool, actually. I like the idea of marksman either being petless or different petted. To me, marksman is what you play when you want to play a sniper. little Murloc, if you want to live. Yep, they're giving him an eagle, and they're giving them eagle-specific abilities. Absolutely, Lenirith. Guess what keeps happening? It's weird how that works out. I mean, you have noticed, right, that the overall quality of film scripts, especially from Hollywood, even from otherwise proven studios who usually put out good stuff, has just been drifting down. Why bother making something that's actually well written when something that's badly written, and therefore much cheaper to produce, sells the same, or better? So I brought you a friend.
And you are...
Oh, look at him. Isn't he the most adorable thing you've ever seen? Thank you. I feel more energetic already.
Trust no one. Speak quickly.
You're making the... You're the... Oh, God. You've the makings of a mighty hunter, undead. I heard the cries of those humans all the way from here. Perhaps soon we'll be rid of this human blight.
Watch your back.
We need someone with initiative like yourself to drive the crusade to the grave. Prove to me you're capable of serving the Dark Lady by traveling west to the tower and slaying 10 warriors of the crusade.
Remember, patience, discipline.
It's okay. Most people feel that way, Magister. In fact, I'm pretty sure everyone feels that way except for me. Were you able to gather the 10 pumpkins yet?
Our time
You
will
performed
come.
your bidding well. You're proving yourself to be quite an asset to the Dark Lady's army.
Beware the
These
living.
pumpkins have a purpose, Hunter. They'll be the delivery mechanism for my latest batch of the plague, which will be a particularly painful, virulent concoction. However, the plague requires a few rare ingredients. Marrow petals and Zavron's thorn. Oh, and some sea cucumbers.
Remember, patience, discipline.
Look, I've already played Kingsfield 4. I don't know what you want from me, Mr. Red. Oh yeah, hunters just straight up have a dash now. That's nice. And Hunter's Mark barely seems worth the time anymore. I guess on a boss. I'll push it out here. We'll think about that. Maybe there's some maybe there's some talents that push it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I haven't even looked. What spec do we do initially? What spec do you think we should start off with? Oh yeah, by the way, I'm not reviewing Mark's Hunter for right now. For no reason. No particular reason. Oh, I missed. So our choices are survival or beast. Why? Because in about, I'd say a month or two, Mark's is going to be completely overhauled. Excuse me. One of the ironies of playing any of these games. This is also why I take very careful notes when it comes to this stuff. Normally, I don't mind them changing classes up. We could just, go back and reevaluate later. It's also why I take very careful and detailed notes, so it's easy to then track which stuff has changed later on. Yeah, the distance. Oh, I have no idea, Magister. We'll find out soon, won't we? 11.1 is going on the PTR soon, so how swing out so I don't steal Mr. Red's here. Well, it wasn't Legion because I was a survival hunter in Legion, and that was awesome. I really liked survival in Legion. That would make sense then if Warlords was when survival was just blech. Can I just say, I'm sure most people feel this way, but I hate it when my nose is completely clogged by whatever. Because then I have to breathe through my mouth. I know what you're thinking. Yeah, but no, like, I got surgery to be able to breathe through my nose. Lieutenant Gebler, how curious you would decide to take in a prisoner, an undead at that. What were you thinking? Do you think that just because of the prisoner's former status, you'd be above the edicts of the Scarlet Crusade? This is most troubling, Gebler. I would remind you there are penalties for such behavior. I command you to execute the prisoner at once. She is no longer one of us. Follow the edicts of the light. You know what I hate most about the Scarlet Crusade? Even though they're basically Nazis, well, they dip in and out of this, but every now and again they're well-written Nazis. It's like, God damn it. Just die. Just die. Again, as Loke was pointing out earlier, which I do agree with this, it makes so much sense that stalwartly anti-undead organizations would crop up. Frankly, I'm shocked we don't see more of them. Then again, we should probably see more anti-demon sentiment, too. And I don't mean Garrosh. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. It's like there's such a logic to it. Of course there'd be anti-undead groups. And of course they wouldn't want for recruits. And we happen to know the Scarlets are actually marauders. In other words, they take and pillage nearby lands to supply themselves. So they have no shortage of resources either. So, hi Lillian.
My blades stay sharp.
What are you doing here? Get out of here! I'm here to rescue you. First of all, I don't need to be rescued. And second of all, I'd never allow myself to be rescued by an abomination like you. Lillian, you're one of the Forsaken, like me. Which brings me the question, why did the Scarlet put you in a cage? They usually kill undead on sight. I am not undead! For long, anyway. My father will rescue me. I know it. Your father?
There is much to be
Yes,
done.
Wait, quiet. I hear the lieutenant approaching. Hey, it's Gebler. The time has come, my little captive. Word has come back from your father. Gebler, you came. What did he say? High Priest Voss denounces you as his daughter. He's ordered that you be executed immediately. What? No. This can't be. Gebler, you know me. We were friends once. The High Priest sends his regrets. He'd hoped one day you'd be a powerful weapon against our enemies. Unfortunately, you are far too dangerous in life. And you're far too dangerous in undeath. I will enjoy killing you, scourged witch. And she just morphs through the bars in like this weird violet-purple thing. Kills his ass. Gebler, father, why would you? The world of the living may have turned its back on me, but I'm no damned scourge. Just go. Okay.
What is it you ask?
We'll come back to that later. You know, I don't know, Linerith. I was actually just searching my memory for that. Like, just now. However, if I was to speculate in a vacuum, I would say that she's drawing from the light. Ignoring the obvious logic in that, because, you know, she's from the Scarlet Crusade. The fact of the matter is, a lot of what she does is based on her faith. And weirdly enough, she has a lot of that. Interestingly enough, she also has a lot of empathy, but we'll talk more about that later. Run! Oh no, you got me! Ugh! Good job, you killed the undead. Alright, moving on. Oh, that could be Takata. It's funny you say that, Shadow Machine. So, for the longest time, Warcraft approached things from the perspective that the leaders of each race were also the faces of each race, right? You know what I mean by that, right? Like, when you think human, you thought Varian or Anduin or Jaina, or you think Orc, you think Thrall, right? The face. The individual that most identifies as as that particular race or whatever. Lillian is definitely the face of the Forsaken. But she has consistently resisted being the leader. I'm pretty sure she sits on the council. I'm questioning myself now, but...
This had better be
I forgot to
good.
get the... Hang on.
Beware.
I actually forgot a quest item. Sorry. Hang on. Gotta go not be dumb. While I'm wandering over here, it's time to give the game even more positives. Yeah, no, there's some bad lag today. I don't know what's going on. Can someone check, like, Blizzard support or whatever, see if there's some DDoS thing going on? Or just something? Yeah, Chandris is another fun one. Because Chandris actually fills the same general slot as Lillian. Tyrande was supposed to be the face of the Night Elf. She's even on the load screen, if you remember. But Tyrande is Tyrande. I don't have much else to add to that. I mean, hell, even Greymane is no longer the face of the Gilneans, although that's extremely recent. Like, last year recent. And Gallywix, who has already been replaced by Gazlo in every way that matters at this point. Yeah, Tess is the new face for the Gilneans. Gazlo's the new face for the Gabos. Last I checked, Thrall is actually still the face of the Orcs. Again, it's kind of just presumption, Mr. Red, because I don't know. Hey, it's Sparky. Hey, Sparky, who's a good Sparky? Who's a good Sparky?
I am forsaken. Beware the living.
I got a feeling this will be my best batch yet.
Bye.
Excellent work. Now comes the rewarding part.
Victory for some.
Harmless pumpkins, right? Or so it would seem. If we're to defeat the scourge advances from the north and the human infestation from the south, we need to realize the full potential of our gift of undead. With a little ingenuity, a simple pumpkin becomes an agent for the Dark Lady. This pumpkin, laced with my latest formula, will prove to be quite a treat.
Dark Lady, watch over you.
I'm not sure, actually, Loke. Stay away, foul and unholy creature. May the light protect me. The Scarlet Crusade will rid Azeroth of... Oh, is that food for me? I'm so hungry. By the light, finally, some food. Sweet, sweet pumpkin. I don't feel right, Mr. Stark. Blah. My mind, my flesh. I'm rotting. Lorthamar is still definitely the face of the Blood Elves, yeah. Which is funny, because he hasn't done anything in forever, but...
What is it? Our time will come.
Most excellent. Your skill in the art of combat is undeniable.
Trust no one.
A letter.
Watch your back.
Scarlet Crusade takes no prisoners. Why would they do that with a young woman? Curious. The powers you describe are even more curious. Passed through the bars and killed her captor. Why hadn't she done that in the first place?
Farewell.
I wouldn't worry about it.
What we do?
Simmer says Gordo got guts, but no brains. Why he mean? Master want weeds. Us got big hands, not good at picking. You help us, we not hurt you. Us need gloomweed. Okay, sure. I'll go get some gloomweed on the way. I can do that. Well, it's a weed. It's kind of gloomy. Yeah, I've noticed that too, Carolina, as we see that in War Within. Which makes sense. Neither of them have any formal title or rank to speak of, but, like, it's Jaina and Thrall. If Jaina Proudmoore shows up in Stormwind and says, hey, I need recruits, there are going to be people being like, done, let's go. And if Thrall shows up, you know, anywhere in Horde territory, they're going to be like, yep, what do you need? Hell, I'd do that to both of them. Yes, I do, actually, Yura. I've seen better, but it's still good. I like it. It's chamomile. I like it. It's just calming. I mean, we'll talk about the Forsaken and their original intention in the game a little bit when we get to the Undercity, because... well... we'll get to it. Oh my god, travel time. Yeah. Yeah.
What now?
Halt. Come no closer, mindless... oh, sorry, he took you for one of the Scourge. Ahem.
Embrace the
The Scourge have trickled into Tirisfal Glades, and have infested this area. I need someone to beat back the rotting dead and ravaged corpses.
Beware. Our enemy is abound.
Speaking frankly, the Forsaken of yesteryear were a sniveling, pathetic group. We huddled together in decrepit old human buildings, hiding from the Scourge, cowering from the Alliance, groveling for the Horde. Look before you now and see the product of the new Forsaken. We have made our mark on Azeroth, and that mark will grow. Our dominion will blanket the world.
Embrace the shadow.
Yeah, so there's your Sylvanas hardliner right there. See, what I would probably do in, I don't know, a hypothetical R Warcraft, is I would probably have there be some Forsaken who try to build new stuff, and, you know, duh, essentially. And then some Forsaken who, like, I kind of as an identity thing, adhere to living in ruins. Think of it kind of like Thrall's idea, right? We deserve this, for we are Forsaken. What use are comforts to me? I haven't rested properly in years. Cannibalism, Magister. I eat a corpse, and I heal from it. Yum, yum, yum. I guess I can put it on the bar. Oh, Will of the Forsaken is the other one, sorry. Removes any charm, fear, and sleep. I guess I can put that in the bar, too. Boop, boop.
What would you ask of
Have you
death?
completed the task I've charged you? Do you have those claws?
Trust no one.
Well done. I enjoyed watching you smash those undead into
Our
rotting pulp.
time will come.
Really? That's... okay. Well, something that will become more and more apparent as we do more of these zones is that the Forsaken are really, really big on free will and choice. Like, I know everyone's like, the Dark Lady, but if you ever try to take away free will from somebody in the Forsaken, they tend to consider that to be the highest crime. Which makes sense, doesn't it? Like, a decent number of these people were direct consequences, victims of the Scourge. Oh, excuse me. So yeah, here is the new, here it says, I've actually already shown this off in Wrath. But yeah, this is New Brill. They've actually paved the sucker, holy crap. And they actually have real buildings now. Probably tore down all the old ones to build the new ones. I do like the new aesthetic. What I don't like is this giant statue of Sylvanas. Even if it makes perfect sense, I just want to smash that sucker. It's okay, it's not there anymore. Hem.
What do you require? Embrace the shadow.
What now?
Yes, I'm Brill's local magistrate, reporting directly to the Dark Lady. Impress me, and you may end up meeting the Banshee Queen herself. Now, your first task.
Trust no one.
I need a fresh report from our Death Guard way station to the east. I must know if more Scourge forces have slipped past the bulwark into Tirisfal. Our vigilance on the border of the Plague Lands must be maintained. We cannot let the Scourge get a stronger foothold here.
Our time will come.
So you've probably noticed they use the word Scourge a lot. I've noticed that their terminology is actually quite consistent. What they mean when they say Scourge is any undead that isn't them. Most of them are actually mindless. Some are not. But they just kind of use the blanket term Scourge. I kind of understand it, because the other word they could use there is undead, which might get confusing since they themselves are.
Intriguing. The dead shall serve.
Where's that useless abomination? Either you have what I need, or you best get out of here and find it.
They'll all be mine in the end.
Hem. Gloomweed? I've no need for Gloomweed. That mindless mass of flesh is out there picking daisies and convincing Lady knows who to dupes like you to do this into doing the same. No offense. We'll deal with the Gloomweed later. For now,
This better be good.
Lady Sylvanas has called upon the Royal Apothecary Society. She's challenged us to concoct a new plague. A deadlier plague. This new disease will bring our enemies, living and dead, to ruin. Go get some Darkhound blood. Almost identical to the vanilla quest.
What now? Remember, patience, discipline.
Executor Zygant has asked me to stock our equipment in Brill. With the Scourge, and worse, lurking in the woods, he doesn't want the Death Guards to lack gear they might need. I found out that we are in general well stocked, but we need more weapons. Here's a requisition order. Okay.
Farewell.
I know what you're talking about, Magister. We did a new plague. It's like new Coke, you know? This is Plague Classic. That's what this is.
I'm listening.
They appear to be on official business.
Dark Lady, watch
They
over
want 12 longswords, 9 daggers, 8 round shields, 15 axes, and 1,000 arrows. Wow.
I haven't got all day. class? No.
One of my bats can take you to the Undercity. Normally these flights require a small fee, but the flight to the Undercity is complimentary for a handsome undead like you. Speak to me again when you're ready so we can arrange your transport. Yeah, sure.
Embrace the shadow.
Send me to the Undercity.
Dark lady, watch.
So, let's talk about the Undercity. Laugh if we die immediately upon zoning in. Really. We shouldn't. But you never know. Okay, so far so good. So, the Undercity. Let's review it first. The Undercity sucks. It's like years upon years upon years of navigating this place have made it so I can tell where I'm going and what I'm doing, but this place sucks, and even the map isn't super helpful. Like, it's a little helpful, but that mini-map is very unhelpful in navigating this place.
And you are...
I keep my weapons in top condition, cleaned and ready for use.
Victory for Sylvanas. Watch your back.
So, yeah. Hang on, let me scooch over here. Turn this really quick.
This had better be good. Beware the living.
So, yeah. Some vendors are on the upper outer tier here. Some profession trainers are on the lower middle tier here. Here's the bank. Right in the frickin' middle. Ignore that thing. Nobody likes that. Navigating this place isn't as bad as, say, navigating Silvermoon, which is boring, or Exodar, which is terribly laid out. But it does still involve having this weird little highway section in the middle, which then leads to the Outer Ring. The Outer Ring is pretty badly designed, all things considered. Like, you got your training dummy stuff and your war stuff, but then there's some, again, vendors and some professions here. And then some other professions are over in the Apothecarium, and some are over in the Rogues Quarter, and some are in the Magic Quarter, and some are in the middle in the Angs. Also, there's the area where you can actually get to Sylvanas, that's down by the southwest, and there's another outro, which is the sewers, which goes up. It's actually right up there. You can see it right there. There's a slime river. There's just this moat, which is just, they've got a moat. I don't know. Now, everything I'm complaining about is entirely from a gameplay axis, because gameplay-wise, this city is pretty badly laid out. Whether or not it's irritating to navigate is up to you. I don't care. What is, like, objectively bad about this place is there is no real thought or reason put into what is where or why. It very much feels like a vanilla capital city, and that's because it is. They've never really updated the Undercity. So, negative to gameplay. I'll think about how many negatives later. So, let's talk about story. So, the Undercity is, like, I don't like it. I'll just start with that. But that's not really relevant. We've got these, like, putrid hanging drapes and lots of skulls everywhere, very undead, very ruiny. It kind of looks like a bad guy hub, doesn't it? Oh, that's right. The Forsaken were the bad guys in Vanilla. That was an overwhelming motif, especially in Vanilla BC and Wrath, actually. It was like, hey, the Forsaken are evil. And it wasn't until Cataclysm that we really started to drifting out of that, and even then only barely. Now, the in-universe... Okay, by the way, there's your auctioneers, for some reason. Oh, yeah, I should show that off. Hang on. That's going to be... Yep, okay. So, the in-universe explanation that was given on the website, all the way back into the day, is that Arthas built this place. Death Knight Arthas, obviously. Now, I actually did my due diligence and double-checked that just last night, in fact. It turns out they've retconned that at least 3 times. And near as I can tell, the current answer for who the hell built the Undercity and why is, I have no idea. I'm not sure which thing is the most current lore as of this point in time. Because the idea that Death Knight Arthas built this place actually doesn't make a lot of sense the more you think about it. Let's follow Death Knight Arthas' career path for just a second, shall we? Okay, so he picks up Frostmourne, and then he comes and he attacks. He goes back to Lordaeron with all his undead soldiers. He attacks, kills his father. Yeah, this is here, by the way, for some reason. I don't know why. Don't ask me. Anyways, so he kills his father, and then he does the first undead missions over in Warcraft 3, Reign of Chaos, purges through Dalaran, and then ends up heading north to the Elven Lands, and then goes and resurrects Kel'Thuzad, summons Archimon into the world, and then sails west to Kalimdor to have like one interaction with Illidan, before sailing back to have the first couple of missions in Frozen Throne, where it's like, this is now my kingdom. So, there's the initial couple of missions there, one of which is actually one of the better missions in Frozen Throne. Then he starts losing his power because the first Lich King is being damaged. So he has to go north to Northrend. Okay, so when in that period of time did he build the Undercity? Now, one of the retcons said that Death Knight Arthas started building the Undercity, and the Forsaken finished it. Sure. That may as well be a thing. One of the retcons said that Death Knight Arthas started building the city and then left his people to do it while he went off to do other things. What happened to the people who built it? Who knows? The final retcon, this is a fun one, says that the Undercity was always there. That this is actually a mausoleum and a sewers. This was, and a prison, excuse me. And so they actually decided to make this place the prison where they would put the deepest, darkest prisoners of Lordaeron. For example, Orgrim Doomhammer was actually imprisoned in the Undercity. Sure. Honestly, your guess is as good as mine. It doesn't matter anymore. The Undercity's gone. It's just, what? I love how they could never come up with it. Now, I'll tell you from a real-life perspective exactly what happened, because we know exactly what happened. They wanted there to be a bad guy capital city. So this is a bad guy capital city, and it screams it from stem to stern. Everything about the visuals, everything about the styling, everything about the feel and vibe and loadout of this is essentially a scourge stronghold.
I am forsaken.
Oh, I should show that off, too. Speaking of gameplay negatives. Now, this elevator. This is, for all intents and purposes, the very, very, very first elevator boss in the entire game. It is tall enough to die from, of course. You're probably wondering, how do you die from that? Well, back in the day, lag was a little bit worse, and the servers and game were a little bit less stable. By the way, nice little tidbit, the blood is still there. I've always liked that little detail. Anyways. Yeah, so, hey, look, it's the hallway where, Arthas was like, hey, I'm home. Here's the bell that was ringing during that cutscene. I like references. What do you want from me? You can quite literally hear the echoes from the crowd still. One of the ideas that was posited, although I don't know if they ever went anywhere with it, is the reason that the upper areas of the Undercity, that is to say, the ruins of Lordaeron, are completely abandoned, is because they were too cursed even for the Forsaken. Which would make sense to me. Some bad mojo went down around here. Anyways, Tying to the elevator in hardcore. That's vaguely amusing to me. It's too late. I'm too far out. No, whatever. Words. I think the biggest thing I dislike about the Undercity is the fact that it's a Forsaken city. When really, it really should be a Scourge city. I've said this before and I've said this again. If they wanted us to be able to play Scourge, then they should have just let us play Scourge. Ironically, Undercity was a bit of a raid back in Wrath. Fun raid, too. Yeah, the Night Elves don't actually have it. The Forsaken don't even really have a city right now. Go figure. Oh, 100% J. Palmer. Or vice versa, I suppose. Considering all the elf attention we're getting soon, I don't know if we'll have any time to do any side stories for the Forsaken, but we'll see. Yeah, if you go to the most modern layer, if you actually successfully load the most modern layer, the Blight is mostly cleared out, but you know, they're all above ground at this point. They're all like up in those ruins over there. No, Noxoramus was invented for WoW. Now, they probably were inspired by the Necropoli for making the Undercity. And again, Nox was almost assuredly inspired by the Undercity. Like, 100%. They even used some of the same textures in there. Now, I was actually about to bring up a question for anybody who's curious enough to answer. If you could point to any spot the Forsaken could settle on for their new city, where would you put it? Shadow Machine just posited Shalamance. Schoolomancy, if you prefer. Stratholme's an interesting pick. It has been burning for like 10 years at this point. Stromgarde. What do you say that?
What now?
Master Severin wants a report. Very well. The defenders of the Bulwark are holding the majority of the Scourge at bay, but some do slip by on occasion. We've seen sporadic Scourge activity east of this station, with a concentration around Baldier.
Our time will come. Hello?
It's so cold now. The plague of undeath crawls through my veins like an icy serpent. The mindless state will soon be upon me, but no doomed destiny will prevent me from serving the Dark Lady. When the call arose, I sewed body bags for the fallen soldiers of Sylvanas' mighty army. Now my hands shake from the chill. If you bring me duskbat pelts, I can sew myself a blanket. Help me so I can continue to serve the cause.
Do not seek death.
Not really, no, Yura. But I could be wrong. I do not have the artistic eye that you do. So if you say it is to be so, it most likely is. Yeah, Desolus is mostly a lush, verdant green place now. Let's not send the Forsaken there. Centaurs are like, God damn it, we just fixed this place. Leave us alone. No, I'm still chewing on it, Loke. You're so impatient, Loke. God. Not that I'm aware of, Yura, no. At least if I'm understanding it correctly. I did do that in Ion several times, though, because Ion had a really good character creator. if we're going for straight up significance, I mean, Stratholme would probably be the example. I'm not sure there's a place that is more significant than Stratholme. Charlemagne's obviously is relevant. Charlemagne's is essentially the birth of the Cult of the Damned. Like, I don't know if it was literally where the Cult of the Damned got started, but it was definitely the spot where the Cult of the Damned got going. Having the Barovs and their tremendous wealth on their side, yeah.
I haven't got all day.
Do you have the Dustbat pelts?
Goodbye.
I appreciate your efforts. May Sylvanas recognize your bravery one day. I hope she doesn't.
Do not seek
I
death.
hope I never do any quests for her. Near Gilneas.
What is it? Victory for Sylvanas.
True, Magister. No kidding. So, can an undead be brought back to life? So, hypothetically, yes. However, to my knowledge, that's never happened. The problem here is that, like it or not, most of the people who have experimented with and stretched the boundaries of who and what undeath is are evil. And have done so for very evil reasons. So a lot of the more, shall we say, mundane, everyday applications of undeath have barely been touched on. In lore, even. Because nobody cares. Everyone's just like, we need more weapons, we need more power, we need more armies, yes! And Bob's over there being like, hang on, hang on.
Speak quickly. Watch your back. Remember, patience, discipline.
The shadows beckon.
Have you collected the Darkhound blood? Time is fleeting.
What does the shadow will?
Oh, yep, there's 10. I'm to understand another of those foolish dwarven mountaineers has been captured. The Death Guard has him stored here in this building. They've assigned one of their own to persuade him not to escape. Why don't you go see how the captured mountaineer enjoys this special drink I made for him? It contains a subtle hint of what the Dark Lady has planned for the rest of Azeroth. Wahahaha. Is he up? Yep, there he is. If I had my Christie rifle, you'd be as good as dead. Just wait till the Steam Tank Brigade comes to rescue me. Ah, drink at last. I'm sure it's no Rhapsody malt, but I'll take anything to wet this old whistle at this point. I raise me brew and hope to rid of the likes of you. Cheers, you no good scoundrel. And then he falls over and dies. Now we're murdering, prisoners. Cool.
This better be good.
As you've probably already realized, the Royal Apothecary Society is a widespread organization. We take our plague alchemy seriously. It is our belief that the more agents we have performing experiments, the sooner we will realize our objectives. One of our agents performs his work in a small encampment to the north of here. His name is Jaron. He's apprentice of your stature.
What is it? Watch your back.
Information we've received from Executor Aaron in Death Knell contains all the details we need to wipe the human infestation from this land. According to this information, the Scarlet Crusade has assigned Captain Perrin as a brigade to the ruined tower southwest of Brill. Kill 3 of his zealots and missionaries while you're there. Dig up any information on what they're doing.
Trust no one.
Okay, I can do that. But first, gotta turn in a quest.
What is it?
Troubling to hear of the Scourge slipping past the bulwark. Even now they are ceaseless in their assaults, but the Lich King is dead. We will not be taken again. Yep, Lich King's definitely gone.
Goodbye.
Yes. Alright, we're going to take a bit of a trip really quick here. No, like I said, Loke, I mean, you're just repeating what I just mentioned. Stratholme, it's the most significant place they could possibly pick, right? It has the most personal significance, cultural significance, species significance, for God's sakes. Good morning, Ross. Why does it always show the Stormwind portal room? Are we like hopping through Stormwind to our destination? That would be funny, actually.
Heroes of the Horde.
Go away. Yeah, as the saying goes, shut up, Raytheon. Alright, let's fix this up while we're doing this. Hey, Chromie. What's up?
It's so nice to see you.
You know what I'd really like is to be in the Cataclysm.
Who would have thought someone named Deathwing would bring about so much destruction?
Yep. Don't worry, we'll only hear that sentence 2 more times.
Haven't we done this before?
Okay. Ugh. Happy birthday, Lita Fairy. Wait. Oh, shoot. Well. Let's look at our specs, shall we? By the way, this is something I've seen that the devs actually have written when they were talking about the changes to Marks Hunter. They're like, Rexar is basically a survival with a little bit of Beastmaster. And it's like, did you ever play as Rexar in Warcraft 3? Have you seen any of his quests in BC or in Warlords? All he does is use beasts. He is 100% a Beastmaster. Like, what? Anyways, I bring that up because, as you can see, he's the image of frickin' survival for some reason. Yeah, Summon Kodo is literally his ultimate. Come on. Alright, let me think. Let me think. Oh, are you not? Oh, you're still level 9. Well, that's a good question, Loke. I'm not sure. It is certainly very cursed. It would probably need to be uncursed, actually. So I'm putting way too much thought into this. I apologize. Let's go with... So many ogres in Alterac. God. Oh, hey, it's the Grinch. Hi, Grinch. That's true, Linnerith. That's 1 point of evidence that he's survival, and 79, I mean, I'm exaggerating, points of evidence that he's beast. Oh, you made it. Congrats, Mr. Red. Okay, I'm gonna try one more thing, because I didn't see what I was looking for there. That'll do. What should we call our pet? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Mr. Red. Might not allow me to do Mr. Red Jr. Well, I don't know. See, we're about to serve Garrosh. I'm not sure Mr. Red could survive to do that. So why the difference between the current golden number, Secret Stars, and one in the review? So the easy answer there is math. So that's my answer to you, Jake Palmer. You may or may not remember, but after the StarCraft 2 review, we had to change the math in how we calculate the points in order to determine... what? In order to determine the final golden number. Why was that? Okay, do you want the short answer or the long answer? Yeah. Long answer. Okay, so... turn off taunt here. One of the biggest problems that we ran into when it came to calculating the golden number to begin with was that we needed to accommodate for the ability for a score to be positive, negative, or positive and negative at the same time. That then led to some issues because we do a lot of multiplying when it comes to the golden number calculations, and if you multiply a positive by a negative, or a positive by a positive, or a negative by a negative, you get a different result, right? So in other words, the same exact calculation, the same formula, which applied to all three circumstances, will return a different result. So we had to find a way to standardize that. The old method we used was actually fairly simple. What we would do is we would drag every number, or all the results, up into the positives by essentially adding 100. I think it's actually 200 by the end there. To the result first. So in other words, -3 became 97, right? So we dragged all of the numbers up into the positive territory, and then we'd apply all the math, and then we'd drag them right back down by giving -100. That formula worked reasonably well until we finally ran into a game that completely broke that math by sheer virtue of having so many positives. That was StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 was a freak game. It is a true outlier when it comes to game design. It is just... It's a game that is extremely good, extremely dense, and extremely long. And we'd never encountered anything like that before. Nice mount. So, the math broke. It didn't work right. And I mentioned that, like, very briefly, like, anybody who watched that review, when the score came up, I just kind of frowned at it, like, But as I looked further and further into it, it became more and more apparent that the math was completely wrong. It just wasn't handling that correctly. Pause. Urgent message to all Scarlet officers and enlistees. The Scourge agent, really, known as Lillian Voss, has escaped from her captivity at the Scarlet Palisade. She's considered highly dangerous and should be killed on sight. She's already slain 15 of our men. None were left wounded. Do not try to apprehend her. Doing so will likely result in death. She is an enemy to the Crusade and must be crushed immediately. The Crusader who returns her head to the High Priest will be rewarded with 1,000 gold. That's not a small amount of money now. Aw. Damn it. Yeah, it still won't let me do Mister. Right. Thank you. There we go. Perfect.
Speak quickly. Embrace the shadow.
We shall herd the Scarlet Crusade like cattle to their demise.
Beware.
Sounds like we'll have to keep our eyes out for this Voss character. I don't expect any Forsaken to receive reward if we capture her. I'm just worried she might eventually turn against us.
Our time will come.
All able-bodied members of the Horde are up dead. I guess I could just grab
This
that
had
quest.
better be good.
Sit on it. No, I didn't get Escape from Gilneas. I'm not sure why I didn't get that. Yeah. Thankfully, the Blizzard devs have never heard of French. Okay, I see why. I was killing stuff too quickly. I can work with that. Hound. Here's one. There he is. You deserve to lose this land for what your people did to us. Now back off or face the wrath of the Worgen. As far as you know, a Worgen rogue roaming in Tirisfal is a new development. We should go turn that in.
What now?
Yes, that makes sense. Since the Worgen have come streaming out of Gilneas, I knew it would be a matter of time before they arrived here in Tirisfal.
Beware the...
These Worgen must be dealt with, and quickly. Our first priority is to eliminate any which have infiltrated Brill. Be on the lookout for any suspicious activity. We know the Worgen can hide in the shadows, so look for any signs you can find.
Farewell.
Alright, little Worgen slime. It's time for you to die. And yeah, obviously the events of Gilneas have already happened. The fix for the system was completely changing everything in math-wise. What we eventually ended up doing is daisy chaining 43? Or 47, I forget which. Different calculations together, rather than trying to crunch it all down into a single formula. That helped a lot. And big praise to Savacon for pretty much being the one who did that. So now the golden number is a whole lot more accurate and has had no issues since we've implemented it. Yay! Also, it flattened the curve. Under the old system, it went like this. This was the curve. Now there is no curve at all. It's a straight, 45-degree angle. And that's the golden number, as it should be.
What would you ask of death?
So the difference between 10 and 20 is the same difference between 150 and 160. I think they've been right under our noses. I'll put the Death Guard on alert. This will not happen again.
Trust no one.
You say that. Alright. Spec. Let's go ahead and poke at survival, shall we? Okay, so we start off with kill shot, which requires a melee weapon. It's okay. That's why I have that. Oh, jeez. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Disengage also acts as a freedom. Every 10 focus you spend reduces the remaining cooldown on exhilaration. That's nice. Death Blow. Kill command has a 10% chance to grant Death Blow, which resets your cooldown on kill shot. And kill shot can be used regardless of target. Health. Yeah, thanks. Let's go with Death Blow, I think, for now. And, of course, Kill Command, which is our bread and butter for survival? Wait, what? Really? Okay. Give the command to kill, causing damage. Has a 10% chance to immediately reset its cooldown and generates focus. That's different. Okay. So let's go and put kill shot on the bar here. We're going to have to rejigger our buttons a little bit. Interestingly enough, we don't actually have that much in the way of attacks now. Like, at this low level, all we have is kill command. And that's actually it. Well, and kill shot. Kill command and kill shot. Come on, Monsieur Ed. Let's go kill stuff. Ooh, what kind of fudge? Fudge is good. Alright. Let's see if we can finish up Tirisfal before the break, shall we? I'd really like to get Scarlet Monastery done in the first shift today.
I'm listening.
Who's the little guy? He's my assistant. Sure, he's not been plagued in the same manner we have, but he's clearly plagued nonetheless. He's bent the knee to Sylvanas, so he's as much of us as you or I. And just between you and me, to be perfectly honest, I think the Dark Lady thought he was already bending the knee when he entered her chamber.
Beware the living. Trust no one.
Holland, he's an amateur. You don't need a fancy two-story apothecarium to make a plague. You need love. And maybe some good assistance. Let me show you how a plague is really made.
Dark Lady, watch over you.
My envoy just delivered a bushel of gloomweed. Gloomweed! I don't need gloomweed. I need doomweed. You can see the predicament I'm in. I'll make it worth your while to gather what I need. Bring back enough doomweed and I'll make you a suitable reward.
Remember, patience.
The mass graves into the forest to the west of us have made to accommodate the impressive number of deaths Tirisfal suffered when the plague first came. The bodies in the graves have so far been spared undeath, but the Scourge are now sending rothhide gnolls to gather their corpses. This cannot be allowed.
You have a great day now.
Working for Gerard isn't all that bad. He might lose his temper now and again, but he pays well. He might even give me a boost when I reach something in the cart.
Be seeing you.
Okay. Oh, I do too. Rosebank. Jesus Christ. Mr. Red. Monsieur Red. That's your new name. I have decreed it so. You are now Monsieur Red forever. Oh god, I have so few buttons. This is weird. This is just weird. I've gone from having 4 buttons to 2. One of which is a proc. Is my kill shot a gun now? We'll find out in a second. I'm going to zoom in the camera next time I can do a kill shot. Whoops. Well, okay. Killed him instantly. My bad. Here we go. Okay, no, it was a crossbow. You were correct. It's doubly funny. Alright, what do we need? What do we need? I need to move my bar. That's what I need to do. Scooch over here. There we go. Good morning, I guess. Bizarre. It's still morning. Yep, it still counts. We haven't passed noon yet. You know, Monsieur Red over there is just kind of crushing everything. You know, I just realized the hidden irony in calling you Monsieur Red. I didn't even realize this until just now. See, Mr. Red's British, so calling him French is like the ultimate insult. I'm so sorry, Mr. Red. I didn't mean to insult you. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Why would I call a vulture Whiskers, though? Also, new vulture model, so that's nice.
What is it?
They probably Gloomweed. Gloomweed!
Victory for Sylvanas.
Doomweed, excellent. This will come in quite handy. You've done me, the lady, a fine service today. As promised, here's your reward.
Our time will come.
While you're collecting the sample for me, my experiments led me to realize that more reagents will be required. Poisoning some hapless victim is child's play. Plaguing an entire world is a bit more complicated. Yes, I've played Plaguing, thank you.
Alrighty then. Off and away.
Excellently done. The Scourge are mistaken if they think they can use those corpses against us, and the fluid you've gathered from the Rothhide slaves will be studied by my master. They may have secrets you can use against them.
Alrighty then.
Nagadai is a foul beast, even by Gnoll standards. He leads a band of renegade Gnolls through the land, tearing up the glades and stealing whatever corpses he can find on the way. Those are our corpses. We had plans for those.
You have a great day
Show
now.
him no mercy. Mercy's for the weak.
Off and away.
Mercy is for the weak. There we go. I gotta say that correctly. It seems that Gerard has you hunting the Murlocs. That's good. We can use their parts for our poisons. I get a little worried sometimes, though. The Vilefin spawning grounds are not far off of Tirisfal's northern coast, so you'll probably notice several tadpoles. If these impressionable young Murlocs were to seek revenge, that could ruin us. Go, show them that the Forsaken and the Horde are not to be trifled with.
Be seeing you.
Okay. That's a good point. If Mr. Red was Irish and I called him British, then we'd have issues. Interesting. Be afraid, little Murlocs, be afraid. Run in terror. Sorry, I'm double checking some formatting. These poor infants. That should be about right. Could you go away for a second, please? Let's see if we formatted that correctly. That sounds like a no. Yep, nope, that's a big no. Okay, they changed something about macros, I noticed. I noticed this earlier when I was setting up some other macros, too. And I'm going to have to figure out what the formatting is for that now. I also don't know when they changed that. That's the other problem. Looks like they actually just straight up got rid of the functionality. Oh, wow. Okay. Never mind. I guess that answers that. Okay. In that case, let's just get rid of this. Nope. Yeah.
Can I help you? Alrighty then. Be seeing
Excellent work. Now, if only I could convince Gerard to let us move our operation into that shack.
You have a great day now. Off and away.
Did they run from you? Good. This is better than killing them. If they live to tell the tale, then future generations will learn to fear us.
Alrighty then.
This had better be good.
Were you able to obtain those scales from the Murlocs?
Trust no one.
Perfect. Exactly what I
Beware
need.
the living.
The Agamond Hills to the west have been lost to the Scourge. The Agamond family has been slain. The entire residence claimed by the Scourge. This is probably the single largest Scourge outpost in Tirisfal. If you think you're enough of a hunter, head up there. Head up there and speak with Coleman Farthing. He's been doing his best to take the land back, and he'll need help.
Goodbye.
He's fine. He's got this.
Hello.
Get back! Oh, you're not one of the Scourge, are you? That's the second time they've thought we're Scourge. Thank the Banshee Queen you're here. I've greatly underestimated how bad it's gotten here.
Our time will come.
The strongest point in the mills is the Agamand family crypt. With necromancy, Captain Dargle has raised the ancestors of the Agamans and plans to use them against us. This cannot pass. You must stop it. Travel to the family crypt and defeat the raised ancestors.
Remember.
Now, I know what you're thinking. Or you just had a whole section explaining how hard it is to raise undead. So why is it that some random necro can raise and dominate these people? Well, that's because these aren't people. Remember we talked about the three types, well, four, but three types of undead? These are your basic types. Any brain-dead necromancer can raise up a corpse, animate it, and tell it to go attack someone. And that's what's happening here. In fact, you'll see a lot of this. The interesting thing about this to me is that this makes perfect sense. In the wake of any true leadership, of course, the majority of the remaining Scourge are going to, essentially become would-be dictators, right? We see a lot of this, actually. People who are trying to carve out their own little fiefdoms, essentially. Yeah, warlords is a good word for it. So I'm just making sure my pet command macro is actually working correctly, which well, looks like it is. Yay! I mean, I don't know if I'd even call that the Scourge at that point, but yes is the answer to your question. I mean, honestly, yeah. Necromancy is the thing to do. I mean, think about like your typical weapons development program, right? Somebody invents this new type of weapon, and people are like, ooh, I could do that. They can't do it as well, but they can still do it.
Speak quickly.
Your actions have struck a telling blow against the Scourge, and your victory will not go unnoticed, not by the Forsaken or by your enemies. Continue the struggle as we all do. One day the Forsaken will have dominion over Azeroth, because we're pure evil. Remember, it's very important. Oh yeah, that's another thing. The loss of the second Lich King left a colossal power vacuum. There's a reason why we are still dealing with these tin pot former Scourge dictators as recently as Legion.
Victory for Sylvanas.
The Scourge are trying to form a base in the mills. If they do, they can stage further attacks. The order has been given. The Scourge and the mills must be destroyed. Collect their ribs, and their eyes, and their skulls, and their tongues, and their... sorry. The Agamemnon family was the most prosperous family in Tirisfal Glade. They used to work in their mills before the plague. When the Scourge first came, the Agamemnons fortified their home and convinced those in their employ to remain and help defend. We were fools, but we were loyal fools. The Agamemnons, in their pride, doomed us to a death, and now they're minions of Scourge. Serve the Forsaken by defeating the Agamemnons who fell to the plague.
Our time.
So if you're paying attention, most of these quests are functionally unchanged from vanilla. You'll notice I also haven't given a lot of positives lately. Because, frankly, there's not a lot of positives to be given at this point. What is interesting, though, is the same general story beat, just like in Teldrassil, applies more or less the same way between Teldrassil and Tirisfal. Before, it was like, they're the Scourge, but they really weren't. I mean, they kind of were. But it was like the outermost dregs of the Scourge, which weren't even really being controlled by anyone, because the second Lich King was still asleep at that point in time. At this point, they're the Scourge, but they really aren't, because there is no Scourge anymore. And the second Lich King is dead. I should probably at least look at my talents. What do we got? What do we got? Hey, Trank Shot! Could have used that against Zul'Farrak yesterday. Let's see. What do I want? There's our interrupt. Let's get our live talents, shall we? I haven't played a Hunter since Legion. I'm kind of like, We could also get Concussive Shot. That might be useful. That'll give us Misdirection, but I kind of want my live talents first. What, don't you, J. Palmer? Speaking of which, someone asked earlier, how do you permanently defeat the Scourge? First of all, we already have. Done! But second, and arguably more importantly, the way you do it is very, very slowly, methodically, and carefully. Without the second Lich King, the Scourge can't really replenish their numbers in the same way that they used to be able to. Which means that any loss of Scourge is a permanent loss. Now, they've still got lots of Scourge, especially still left in Northrend. As we will see in future expansions, there's still probably millions of undead up in Northrend as of this point in time. But very, very slowly and methodically, one can kind of start, shall we say, pushing through that number. Because again, any loss is a permanent loss, right? And the current Lich King, third Lich King, has no interest in replenishing those numbers, even though he probably could. Yeah, also, don't let anyone get the helm. Don't snap the thing. That's just a terrible idea.
What now?
Our battles with the Scourge wage on. Do your part and throw these cursed, mindless undead back to the Plague Lands.
Remember, fate Patience. Discipline.
Revenge has a sweet taste, don't you think? No, actually, I don't. When you destroyed the Agamonts, did you catch any hint of free will? I hope so. I hope they knew fear before they were smashed into oblivion. Jesus, dude.
Beware the living.
I've destroyed the remains you've sent me. That is, all of them except for these. Devlin was weak and sharp-tongued in life. He was among the first to succumb to plague. He existed as a slave of the Scourge for a long time, longer than most. As such, he may possess knowledge that would be of value to us. Bring his remains to Magistrate Severin. Tell him what I told you.
Goodbye.
Okay. Which ones are those, Five? That is actually an interesting question, Jay Palmer. But the answer to that is actually fairly mundane and makes a weird amount of sense. The general idea is pretty simple. Bolvar was a paladin/warrior, not a supremely skilled necromancer mage type. He probably literally can't, you know? If you pay attention to what Bolvar does during his reign as the Third Lich King, it overwhelmingly boils down to one thing, which is just constantly beam out the you have free will, you have free will, you have free will command, right? The theory, and it is a theory, is that that's all he can manage. Alright, what do we got? A wildfire bomb. Hurl a bomb at the target, exploding for damage in a cone, and coating the enemies in fire, scorching them over time. Ooh. So an AoE dot with a 18-second cooldown, excuse me. Yeah, like someone like Jaina Proudmoore or Kel'Thuzad would probably have a much easier time of doing exactly what you mentioned. Oh, and what Loke says is also true. Because, sorry, I apologize. I should have mentioned this. I also have to mention that one of the things that Bolvar is doing pretty much all the time is trying not to succumb to the will of the Lich King. Right? He's trying not to be corrupted or consumed by it. So he tends to be very, very, very much, nope, I'm not even looking at the ring. You know what I mean? It could be argued that he could try to put on the ring and use its power for good, but statistically speaking, that's probably a bad idea. Raptor Strike. Costs focus, but it is a melee ability and it leads to Mongoose, which actually replaces Raptor. Ooh. Yeah, exactly, Loke. Now, ironically, him doing what he is currently doing would lead to the eventual destruction of the Scourge, if we were careful and slow and meticulous about slowly pulling them down. We'll talk about that when we get to Shadowlands. Let's go with Raptor Strike. Let's give us a melee ability. Let's give us a Spender.
I am forsaken.
The fetter of the Scourge hangs about you. What is it you seek?
Trust no one.
Devlin Agament. Is that Kim you carry in your sack? Ha! Yeah, I know what Coleman wants to try, and I want to try it too.
Victory for Sylvanas.
While the frozen throne lies dormant, the grasp the Lich King once held over the Scourge grows ever weaker. His grip on a weakling like Devlin should be weak enough we can remove it entirely. This dialogue is completely unchanged from vanilla, by the way.
Trust no one.
You know, the frozen throne lies dormant because the second Lich King was sleeping. Yeah, you get it. You get it. I'm just pointing it out as we go. Tirisfal is a weird one because Death Knell was almost completely changed to adjust for Cataclysm, but the rest of Tirisfal was barely different. The main differences are the things that have to do with Lillian.
I am forsaken.
Pretty much, Loke. Not only could Bolvar himself succumb to the will of the Lich King, but if anything happens to him, whoever picks up the helm next could either become the fourth Lich King, or also succumb to the will of the Lich King. Devlin Agamand, listen to my voice. Your mortal remains have been gathered here in the place where you spent your childhood. Resist the Lich King's will, Devlin. Come to us. Yes, resist the will to have free will. What's going on here? Wait, am I home? You people, what are you doing here? Why are you in my house? Mother, father, Thurman, where are you? Come help me. No, I remember. My family is dead, and so am I. My soul belongs to the Scourge! Then he dies. That's actually a question I've heard asked a lot, J. Palmer, and of course it's heavily debatable. The real answer is there was no one available at the time or place. They needed a new person to put on the helmet pretty much immediately. And the only people who canonically were there were Tyrion, Jaina, Sylvanas, and us. Oh, and obviously Bolvar. Of those, I'm glad Tyrion was the one who did... sorry. Bolvar was the one who did put on the helmet, because I'm pretty sure all of those other choices would not have been great choices. Now, someone asked, can we permanently kill the Lich King? Yeah, absolutely. All you would need is to be able to destroy the helmet. Now, that has its own consequences, but yeah, that really would be the answer. Just destroy the helmet.
This had better be good.
How unfortunate. Perhaps the Scourge's dominion over his mind remained too strong. Or perhaps our methods are simply not strong enough. It's also possible he was too simple-minded to comprehend what we were asking of him.
Goodbye.
You've done much for us here, but men of your caliber are needed elsewhere. To the east lies the Bulwark, a fortified barricade against the ravages of the Plague Lands. The Bulwark protects us from Scourge invasion and has allowed us enough sanctity to build up our forces in Tirisfal.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Varrock, I could actually see. But remember, Varrock had pieced out at that point. No matter which faction side you are. That's right. Varrock took his boy and left. Remember? So he wasn't there. Ironically, I could also picture several of the High Death Knights being someone who might be able to manage that. You know, the Upper Death Knights, but that's kind of debatable as well.
I am forsaken.
Yeah, Mograine was the one I was really thinking about. Darian Mograine. Not much of a hunter, are you? Well, you will be when I'm done with you.
Beware.
Though the strength of the Scarlet Crusade wanes, we are still at war. The report Executor Aaron sent me, remember that report? We actually got that report. Indicates Scarlet Crusaders have been raiding from the ruined tower in southeastern Tirisfal. Go kill them. Prove a devastating blow to the Crusade.
Embrace the shadow.
Correct, Blue Fusion Volt. Now, as we discussed in Wrath, the writers treat Absence, a rampaging Scourge as an apocalyptic event. I'm not sure I completely agree with that. They were just trying really hard to have the drama of the moment there. There must always be a Lich King. Reality has not only proven that wrong, but even just basic logic in Wrath would make you go, hang on a second. Having said that, Rampaging Scourge would not be a good thing at the end of Wrath. Remember the state the Alliance and the Horde were in, and frankly most of the world was in at that point in time. We probably weren't ready for it then. As we talked about back in Wrath, what probably should have happened is Bolvar should have put on the helm, and plans should have been put into place to just start carving out the Scourge, pulling them down one by one, to the point where they were more manageable, at which point Bolvar could, remove and destroy the helmet, and then whatever Scourge are left wherever, they could just do their own thing and be dealt with, or live their lives. Because remember, pretty much all the Scourge are free-willed at this point. Now, even if we were to presume that Shadowlands is canon, which I know that's kind of a weird statement, but it's actually kind of a hard ask at this point. But let's assume for just a second that Shadowlands is canon. If we were to presume that is true, then the moment that the helmet is destroyed, there's a pretty good chance that would do exactly what happened in Shadowlands. So that'd be a new problem to deal with. But let's just push that.
Hello.
Have you seen the plagued Bruins that wander in the west of here? Perfect. Hideous hide, so diseased. Oh, fetch me 5 of them. I've got an idea for an anti-scourge poison that's guaranteed to succeed.
Dark Lady, watch over you.
I mean, if we're being totally honest, Blue Fusion Volt, there are real solutions that they don't do because the writers didn't bother or care. Like, after Wrath, the Scourge in general were almost completely walked away from until, honestly, Legion. That was the first time they started remembering that, the third Lich King is a thing, and there's still a whole bunch of dead around. And there are actually quite a few quests in Legion dealing with the Scourge and the third Lich King. We even go to Icecrown Citadel in Legion. Yeah, there is a reference to undead in Warlords, which, fun fact, has never been followed through on. And I checked that. When we were going through Wrath, I double-checked that to make sure. So, cool. It was probably intended to be a reference to the Jailer, but let's just pretend that that never existed. Boop, and it's gone. Oh, the Darien quest. Okay, I do know what you're talking about there. I was talking about the thing down in Spires of Eric. So, do I think Azeroth could have survived right then and there if the Scourge rampaged? Survived? Yes. However, let's talk alternate history for a second, okay? Let's follow the domino chain. So the Scourge rampage after Wrath. That's pretty much the end of the Horde Alliance. Just gone. They would completely cease to exist as superpowers, and possibly as nations at all. So much of the military and financial might of both polities was in Northrend. And we saw how badly they were doing against a Scourge that was holding back. A rushing tide of undead would completely run over them, right? So that would have been the end of them. Cool. Now, let's assume for a moment that the Scourge don't really leave Northrend. That's a hell of an ask, but let's just assume that for a moment. Let's just say that they stay up top in the roof of the world, and everyone in the world just kind of declares that, no man's land. By the way, what's with all these, burning scarlet friars with this violet light? It's weird. Anyways. Yeah, it's very intriguing. What you have left is a bunch of people who are not doing great and who have just lost a huge amount of time, resources, material, people, and economic might in Northrend. Okay. So then the Cataclysm hits. Now, the good news is there's no Hellscream War. So, because they can't, because they're not capable of fighting each other. But that does mean that there's an entire planet getting shreked at the moment by the Cataclysm, and the planet doesn't really have the ability to deal with that. Nobody's really strong enough to deal with that. How well that would have gone, that's a dice roll. But let's assume for a moment that somehow the adventurers still rise up and deal with Deathwing. Let's just presume that for a second. So, okay, we've defeated Deathwing. Cool. Everything's fine forever. Then Pandaria is revealed to the world. Now, again, there's no Hellscream War. So I don't think the events of Pandaria would have gone anywhere even close to the way that they actually went. Anybody who finds it, and anyone who finds their way off of it, would have just been their own thing. But what that effectively means is there's a very high chance that the Shah would have never been dealt with. So now we've got the Shah they're an issue now. They're just a continuous issue on Pandaria. Warlords wouldn't have happened at all. Now that's the interesting one. No Pandaria means no Warlords. No Warlords means no Legion. So, what we probably would have run into is everything just kind of stagnates for a while as the world just recovers for however many years until finally the Burning Legion reinvades from some completely unrelated source. And once they do, that's it. That's game. That's my take on it, and what would have happened if the helmet was destroyed at the end of Wrath. It's a bit of a chain, and it's funny because by all accounts things seem better until the Burning Legion comes back. And then, well, it's been a good run.
What is it?
Let's see. Do you have enough hides?
Patience.
Again, these are perfect.
Discipline.
Yeah, isn't quite there. Needs something to give it more zing. I've got it. Spiders.
Beware the living.
I love eating spiders. They're so
What is
crunchy.
it? Remember.
Shortly before your arrival, I was approached by the most unusual undead woman. She wore enmity against the Scarlet Crusade. She swore enmity against the Scarlet Crusade, so I sent her to work on their enemies to the north. Probably, you say you saw some dead Crusaders? That was probably her work. Go check up on her. See if she can use any assistance in her vendetta against the Crusade. Though I wouldn't be surprised if she's already killed them all.
Our time will come.
That's an interesting point, Loke. But to be perfectly frank, I don't think the Night Elves would have been able to beat the Legion the way we did in Legion. Now, would they have been able to possibly push back the the Burning Legion invasion again? Possibly. But there's no way to say this without spoiling, but the events of Legion prove that if we had successfully pushed back and not defeated the Burning Legion in Legion, then that would have been game. That would have been the end of it. So, it's entirely possible the Night Elves would have been able to push it back, and then, and that's it. The physical universe is burned. Exactly, Logue. Not a lot of people catch on to the fact that we were actually pretty close to an endgame scenario in Legion, during the Antorus raid even. It's such a great plot beat that most people never even notice because, well, because it's story in a raid, and most people don't even pay attention to those. No, Ganas. Someone was asking what would have happened if we destroyed the Lich King's helmet, the Helm of Domination, back during the End of Wrath. And I followed a whole domino chain. Yeah, the cloud was right there. Getting bigger. He was right there. God. So, Jesus, Lillian. She's a little angry right now. As you look over the ruins of the camp, you hear a whisper behind you. He'd kill you right now if I wanted to. Better watch your step, undead. My name is Lillian Voss. Before I died, I was a member of the Scarlet Crusade. My father, High Priest Voss, raised me as a weapon against the plagued. I studied stealth, sorcery, martial arts, anything to make myself stronger. I gave up my childhood for him. Then I died, and returned as this. My father instantly forgot, and when I returned, ordered me executed. Come, we will speak with him now in this tower to the northwest. Yeah, she's mad. She's also unique because of her backstory and her build-up. She's functionally a rogue, but she's actually a mage rogue, which, if I can just pause for a second and add, is really freaking cool. You know how we've talked before about how, you know, you can add monk to anything and it makes it automatically cool? You can kind of just do the same thing with mage. She's a mage rogue. If anything, it reminds me a lot of Mystic Knight over in the Final Fantasies. Just gonna turn this in really quick in case there's a follow-up. I don't think there is, but it only takes seconds.
Speak quickly.
This venom will do perfectly.
Our time will come.
Now that's what I call oomph. I wish all our potions did this. Exploded? Okay. Yeah, Arcane Trickster. Bingo. I would agree with that as Mira Star. You can do some fun stuff with subtlety nowadays. So we're going to skip all this crap. We're just going to go right to the end here. Make sure Lillian's with us. Yep, there she is. Oh, we have a harpoon now. So now we can do this. Oh, or she can do that. Jesus, Lillian, leave some for me. Ahem. Father. Lillian, it's so nice to see you well. Shut up. So there's Captain Melrache. There's the bodyguard. You raised me to be a killer. How am I doing, Daddy? But wait! I remember now, you taught me to only kill the undead. Do you want me to kill myself, Daddy? Then again, why kill myself when I could kill you instead? And as a fresh reminder, he's in the Maw now. Probably one of the only people in the entire game who really, really deserves to be there. Yeah, he is in the Maw. In the secondary, or the place that was added in the patch. Now, you're probably thinking, hang on, Laura, that's horrible. You shouldn't consign anyone to the Maw. Let me be clear about this for a second. The only way you'd go to the Maw before the mechanisms of death were broken is if you are unrepentant, even after being given multitudes of chances to repent. Which means, after he died, he probably went straight to Revendreth, and they were like, you were a horrible, horrible person. And his response was, no, I wasn't! And then quite a few attempts by very, very patient people were made in order to try and make sure that he would actually repent. He didn't, and then he was cast into the Maw. In fact, if you'll give me a moment... I'm not sure. I swear he has a line of dialogue. I can't find it. It doesn't matter. Yeah, he is in Desmoteron, which is part of the Beast Warrens. No, whatever. Moving on.
Speak quickly.
From birth to grave to undeath, we all have our own path to follow. Some are easier than others. It sounds like this Voss girl has had a rough path so far. Hopefully, she ultimately chooses to join us and follow the Dark Lady. No! With power like hers, we could do incredible things. By the way, excellent work out there. If you're ready and willing, I have more work for you in the Plague Lands.
Watch your back.
There isn't much more glory for you here on the Bulwark. You've done enough already. There may, however, be adventures in Silverpine, huh?
Beware the living. What is it? Embrace the shadow.
Sure, I'll give you a ride. If High Executor asks for it, I technically have to.
Beware. Our enemy is abound.
Sure, I'll take that free flight. I think we're actually done with Tirisfal. Yeah. So this was Tirisfal. Opens very, very strong. And then it mostly becomes vanilla Tirisfal. But still, surprisingly good zone. Like, this might actually challenge South Barrens for story positives. That is an extremely good question, J. Palmer. I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. We actually do have a Christmas tree. We're putting it up Tuesday, I think. Something like that. So, what I would like to do now is Scarlet Monastery. We don't have to do it right now, but that would be the ideal. If anybody is available for joining us for that, that would be awesome. If not, then I'm afraid it's to the maw with you, Fling.
This had better be good.
Welcome back. I've heard stories from the East. Who would have thought a young undead hunter like you would be the one to wipe out the last whimpering remnants of the Scarlet Crusade?
Trust no one.
Then he gives us the quest to Silverpine, which we technically already got. Thank you, as always, for being part of the show, Jay Palmer. Let me go ahead and get in position over here. Let's see. I need tank and healer. Since ideally I'd like to do this on my... Well, I also need you to be cataclysmic. Whoop, 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 whoop. Pretty sure this one only requires 10. In fact, I can just check that really quick. Hang on. Let me write down J. Palmer's thing first. Don't try to distract me. God. Ace, combat X, hyphen, filter, dark mirror, and the mod. Okay. Don't mind me. Ooh, it almost killed me. Yep, nope, I can walk in at 14. So that probably means it's 10. Could you toss me lead, Mr. Red, please? Which vanilla wing was my favorite? That's a tough one, actually. What about you? Or anybody else who feels like answering? Oh, you got me! Oh, I'm so dead. Alright. Let's grab Fife. There's Fife, and Spartan has decided not to join us, which is totally cool. What do we still need? Okay, Fife can heal. Mr. Red's gonna tank, so we're actually good on that. I do still need another DPS, though. In fact, I need 2. And again, you need to be Kata. While we're here, let me... Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Cathedral as well. Now that I'm thinking on it. I am Rexar. I am totally cool. Let's see. Nah, screw it. Well, I'm torn. Also, always remember to turn off Growl when you're in a group. I don't think it even works anymore, but it's just a courtesy. Growl. Taunt, in other words. I mean, I guess I could turn it on and check to see if it's still an aggravation. Be a terrible hunter for a bit. Well, that's why I'm going to check it, Maverick. Because, yeah, I feel like they've poked at that. I happen to like having direct control over my pet, but I will admit, ever since, I want to say Wrath, actually, they kind of changed how it works. In other words, Pets AI just works differently. Oh, there's Brigwin. Join us, Brigwin. Join us, Brigwin. Also, if anybody used Aspect of the Pack in one of our raids, they would get... Yeah, you were AFK. They would get immediately kicked. No hesitation, no question. Hang on. You can't join on that character. You need to be level 10 plus. And Kata. Anyways, yeah, I kind of liked the time when you could have, like, total control over your pet. I guess you kind of do now. Like, you do stuff like this. It's like, alright, pet, go over here. I don't know, it's hard to even explain. It just feels completely different from the way it used to feel. I should know, because I used to be the main tank on my guild as a hunter. And so, most of my time was spent managing the pet. I don't know if you could really still do any of that stuff anymore. So, meh. Either way, I do think, if anything, we should not have less pet ability 0. But we should have more! While we're standing here... I'm just curious. I'm just looking at Beast. Beast also starts off with kill command. That's funny. Oh, absolutely, Jay Palmer. Look, it's fine to just immediately G-kick you if you're in my guild, but if you're in a pug, you can't G-kick someone, right? Dire Beast. That's interesting. Okay, let me switch back to survival. Are you... probably doesn't matter. Alright, let's do this. I don't think so, Fife? Remember doing the right wing first, which is the southern wing. Ooh, these hurt. Oh, these hurt. Oh, these hurt. Oh, these hurt. Okay. Okay, moving on. Welcome to the Scarlet Halls. Hello, hooded crusader.
What will you require?
Well met, hunter. I mean you no harm. I'm here posing as one of the Scarlet Crusade because they have become irredeemably corrupt and evil. Yeah? I need your help putting an end to... Oh my god, what's going on? Why is this a thing?
Dark Lady watch over you. I'm listening.
I need your help putting an end to them once and for all.
Victory.
First things first. Let's kill some crusaders. And when I say kill the crusade, I mean wipe them out. Root and branch, rank and file. Then we get a quest to kill 50 crusaders. Which isn't so much, but it's funny that we have to kill 50. It's pretty much kill most of the trash on the way through the dungeon.
Remember, patience.
There's a book of great value to me here in the halls. Unfortunately, it's in the possession of Flameweaver Kugler. Kugler? It's German. I've tried to get close to him before, but it's never quite worked out. You might have better luck. Just watch out. I hear he's gone well and truly insane. The Flameweaver plans to burn every tome they have in the library. Probably burn down the halls in the process.
Our time will come.
Okay. Let's see how we do, shall we? Sorry, Mr. Hound. kidding, Gnos. So, if this seems like a real dungeon, I should mention this is actually a Pandaria dungeon. I just kind of wanted to do it now because obvious. So, this review will go under Pandaria. So, those archery guys will absolutely murder your face off.
Another down! Do not relent!
There's a few ways to cheese this.
Let none escape! Keep firing! Let none escape! Another down! Do not relent!
Almost there. Yeah. Actually, I have no AoE at this level. That's funny. So let's show off the dog food mechanic, shall we? So, what you can do is you can find these lovely gentlemen and throw dog food at them. At which point the dogs all then eat him and then go non-hostile, assuming, you know, Mr. Red didn't decide to kill them. Not that I'm aware of, Gnos. They just pick random dungeons to revamp. They did it in Warlords, too, if you're paying attention. So, first boss, Houndmaster Brawn. Anybody who's a dog lover, screw this guy. Oh, hey, it did turn off Growl. Nice. Yay. Alright, whatever. Die.
Did you hear something, lads?
Release the hounds! Attack! Kill them all!
So now the arena gets filled in with these hounds, and if you try to leave, they start murdering your face. So we gotta stay in the arena.
Attack! Kill them all!
My hound! Don't just sit there! Kill them! Ah, stupid animals! I'll put you down after I kill these weaklings!
Dick.
My hound! I bleed! But I won't die! What? No! No! Stop! Obey your master!
Then the hounds go and just chew their way through this bulwark here.
I have failed. Our sacred brother.
So as we go through this particular trash pack, these cannoneers show up. Now, if you try to outpace them, the cannoneers just move forward with you. There's a couple of ways you can deal with this. You can just move forward and live with the damage, or you can try to kill them. So far, this is really, really easy, from my perspective. I'm a little disappointed. Just to double check, Bragwin, you are in time walking, right? Yeah, I noticed that Bragwin is also tanking for some reason. I suppose I should call it out this time so we don't have a double healer situation again. Hey, Bragwin, you are currently a tank. FYI. Please discontinue being a tank. There's our next round of Scarlets. Ugh. I did, as you can see. J. Palmer really does not listen to me. As you can see over here, it is off. It got turned off of auto. Okay. So let's see how our second boss... Oh, we're arguing with those other cannoneers. Handles. Just gonna walk up here. Accidentally aggro. Very accidentally. Well, yeah, Bregman's doing an insane amount of damage, which is part of why I was wondering if she was still time walking or not. Also, they did change something just last week. We've actually been having legitimately good scaling lately. But, I don't know. Part of the reason I was so hesitant to take back those negatives is because I was curious if that applied universally or just to specific dungeons. Sign of the Destroyer is just the weekly thing, Bregman. That's not being time-walked. Yeah, we do have a lot of low levels here, though, so it's entirely possible that Gnass is quite correct. I mean, the last few dungeons we were doing where we had to try, I was 67 in each of them. Oh, whatever. Go ahead, Mr. Red.
Haha! Another chance to test my might.
Now that's interesting. I lied. My pet is auto-taunting, even though auto-taunt is off. Like, I just double-checked the interface. It is very clearly off. And I only did it on the boss, which bosses are supposed to be immune to pet taunts in general.
Run.
I'm gonna deliberately get hit by this. Because this is just pathetically easy so far. Okay, I'm actually really happy that that killed me. As weird as that probably sounds. No, that's a good thing. That's actually a good thing. If we had just lived through that, that would be awful. That would officially mean that mechanics don't matter, which is kind of the central point of the negatives I'm thinking about. And that's fair, Gnass. Alright. That makes me feel a little bit better. For the record, I actually like this boss.
Run.
Actually, yeah, J. Palmer. I'm kind of of the same thing. If there's a nice, big, obvious hit that you have several seconds to dodge, then it should kill you. If there's a hit you have a few seconds to, like, get out of the way of, it should kill you. If there's a really quick hit that's coming through in, like, a millisecond, that should probably be something that you can dodge, but only does a little bit of damage.
Bested by the likes of...
And if there's an unavoidable damage, that should be relatively low. Because unavoidable damage is just testing the healer at that point. Thank you. That shouldn't be there. What, like to live, Blue Fusion Bolt? My answer is and always will be that I would love to settle in the... Valley of the Four Winds. There he is. Admiral Barian Westwind. Grand Admiral of the Scarlet Fleet, citizen of Kul Tiras, lost off the frozen coast of Northrend. That's the guy Mal'Ganis was impersonating back in Wrath. They did, as Miristar. Probably unintentionally, but I'll take it. So, fun fact, the treasurers in here will fling gold coins on the ground when they die. You can loot those and actually get gold from it. You guys go ahead. I'm fine on gold. But I just think that's funny. I used to know groups who would, like, fight over who gets which gold pile. More likely, what would happen back in the day for my groups is that they'd be like, all right, you get one gold pile, then you, then you, then you, then you. And it would rotate, right? So everyone gets to spread the gold equally. The who? Yura? What are you talking about? If you're talking about have I discussed the Scarlet Crusade in the entire... Yeah, of course I have. But I suppose I could do it again for the people who didn't watch any of the Scarlet Crusade stuff back in Wrath. So they're the Scarlet Crusade. They're Nazis. You can tell because they all have German accents. They believe in the purity of their side. They're inherently zealous towards the light. And they want to kill all undead regardless of all logic or reason. It's mostly the German accent thing, though. I'm kidding. But they did start adding German accents to a lot of Scarlets in Pandaria, I guess, actually. Excuse me. Like, let's be honest. That's probably why they gave them German accents. Let's just own up to that. Third boss.
Everything must burn. None shall know the Scarlet Crusade's shame.
Him.
You too shall be charged. Quash!
Dispel boss.
Can I? Nope, I cannot. I'm also going to stand in this attack, by the way. I want to see what happens. So, oh yeah, let's go get hit by this. No?
Behind boss.
There we go.
Burns by fire!
Oh yeah, no, that still hurts. Didn't kill me though. Interestingly enough. Nice long stun though, Jesus.
Dispel boss. Interrupt.
I mean, as Loke pointed out earlier, there's probably no shortage of people who think that the undead are bad and are totally cool with joining any group that's trying to do something about the undead, even if they're the Scarlets. Extremists tend to draw extreme minds, and people tend to be, shall we say, radicalized by horrible events, such as what the undead do to people.
Us gone hard.
So. Ooh, necklace. Yeah, no, that was decent. I'd say we could still call that non-abandoned. I do think we're doing a little bit too much damage. That's a shame. Because it means I can't really review this place properly. Okay. That's okay. I know what I'm going to do about that. Yeah.
What now? Beware.
Great start. Won't be long before the Scarlet Crusade's nothing more than an ugly footnote in the annals of history.
Beware the living.
The hooded Crusader rubs her hands gleefully at the side of the codex. Now I have a checklist with the name of every Scarlet Crusader on it. You know, just in case any of them are unaccounted for. I don't like loose ends.
Embrace the shadow.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Ganas. So I think going forwards, I'm going to make a weird new mandate for reviewing dungeons. No level 15s. It slants it so hard that I functionally cannot review the dungeon at that point. Like, sure, we died to an extremely easy-to-dodge mechanic, but that's about it, you know. What's the floor? That's a good question. Because I could just say 67. But I feel like we need to establish like what is a reasonable floor to have, right? We could also say 35. Because 35 is circa the era, right? Let's do a test. How many people present have a 35 who can cat a time lock? Or at least around 35. Like, let's not say hard 35, but like, let's call 35 the floor, right? So how many people have 35 and up who can cat a time lock? So it'll be 35 to 67. Hey, Zach Taft. Oh, you got me. I love Feign Death. I do wonder what the hurdle is for cross-region. They've got to know that that would increase their overall player base and reach. So there's got to be some kind of tech hurdle there, right? Okay, so I'm just gonna... So Spartan's already good. Fife is pretty close to it. Bregwin, what do you have? Here, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's just end the group here. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, you know there has to be a tech issue. Because if... Think of it from a corporate financial perspective. If they could charge you money in order to switch regions, they totally freaking would. The fact that they don't straight up implies that they can't. I'm actually going to get on my... Actually, do I have anyone... You know, this is stupid. I'm just giving it my shaman. I'm just giving it my 67. No. Testing. We need a tech test. I'll get him my 35. 43 is good. Like I said, 35... Let's consider 35 the floor. Where is my 35? There she is. Still experience locked at 35. I knew that might come in handy. This is not the first time it has. Yeah, it might also be a work versus reward kind of a thing. 32 should be good, yeah. Like, I know I said 35 is the floor, but like we're aiming for that range, right? How am I gonna get out there? You could summon me, but I know a route I can take. Alright, so Bregwin's 32. Mr. Red's 52, which will be fine. Fife is 35. And Spartan is 37. We'll see how that feels. Wandering Isle we'll do at the beginning of Pandaria. It'll be the first thing we do. I know, you're a... I wish I had time to grill properly again. I had a grill. I mean, you can pan, but come on, grilling or smoking. Ugh. I know you don't generally smoke patties, but You smoke the meat, which you then grind up to make the patties. Or you can just smoke the meat and then shred that, and then just use that instead of a patty. There's options, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so... do we have a healer in this group? If not, I can pull someone else. But I should probably have asked that before I started flying north. I mean, properly grilled, and I mean properly grilled burgers are amazing. Ignore that. Ignore it. Ignore it. Okay, we're good, we're good. At a glance, it would be Mr. Red or Fife. Do either of you have a heal set up? Okay. If you can't, that's fine. I can just bring my 67. I'm more or less just trying to do a tech test here. Otherwise, I would just bring the 67. Because we know that 67 scale reasonably well. I wonder what Arathi I see down here. Looks like the old Arathi. Okay. What I love about how relatively slow this is how much faster this is than what it used to be. This trip I'm doing right now used to be like a 10-minute set yourself in a destination and then go make a sandwich kind of a thing, you know? Or use a flight path and then literally AFK. Oh, 100%, Ganos. 100%. Like, completely changing the entirety of how attacks work and how buttons work and how classes work. That's a tech test, I guarantee it. Okay. I'm the second person here. I do too, Euro, honestly. Alright. So, Fife, are you gonna heal, or is Mr. Red? I don't care as long as it's one of you. Yeah, I was thinking that. Several people are like, why would you ever bring back a limited event like Plunderstorm so quickly? The answer is extremely simple. Tech. I guarantee you the reason they're bringing it back so quickly is they want to test more things. No, Mr. Red. No, no. No fun. Alright, okay, so Mr. Red's going to be a tank, which means I need to be not a tank. Fortunately, this is Warrior. I'm not sure there's a class I know better than Warrior in this game. I'll use that thing. Think? Wait, 306. 306. Sorry, no, this one. There we go. Oh, it looks like I have Fury set up. Okay. Back over to Fury. New choice. New choice. We'll Fury it up. Northern Enthusiast. Yep, we all appear to be time walking. Let's go ahead and summon Spartan here. Okay. I know, Bragwin. What's funny is there used to be an indicator, and there just isn't anymore. I'm not sure why they changed that. Like, several times I've caught myself just sort of automatically checking my buffs and then noticing there's nothing there and being like, oh yeah. Okay, so I know we just did it, but if you guys... I know, that's right. If you guys are willing, let's not do the other wing. Let's do the one we just did again. I want to see how differently it feels. If that's okay with you. I feel like doing that kind of immediate and direct comparison is going to be helpful. I'll tell you, I had to pay attention on these jackasses out here. Even with all 5 of us. Whee! Okay. See if I can actually pull this off once. So yeah. And then his dogs eat him. And then they go to sleep. Also, these are interesting trash. You can completely ignore these too, because they're chained. They can only go so far. I've always found this to be fascinating. Because you don't have to kill any hound in this entire dungeon. Not one. The chained ones are chained, so you can just walk by them. The ones patrolling with the people can be convinced to attack the guy. The ones on the boss could be safely off-tanked and or ignored. It's just interesting to me that they gave that option. Okay. Let's see how we do. Yeah, me too.
Archers, attack! Another down! Do not relent! Another down! Do not! Another down! Do not relent! Another down! Do not relent!
Oh, okay. Go grab one of these. Okay, boss time.
Did you hear something, lads? Ah, fresh meat for the dogs. Meat. Release the hounds! Release the hounds! Release the hounds!
I think he wants us to do something. I'm not sure what it is, though.
Don't just sit there! Kill them! Ah, stupid animals! I'll put you down after I kill these weaklings!
Life is staying on it. But he is doing some decent damage. Looks like about 20% a hit.
Haha! But I won't die!
Still a fairly basic boss.
No! No! Stop! Obey your master!
Yeah, I very rarely get new appearances from content like this. This is normal. Ironically, I think Heroic wouldn't even be that much different. That's true, is Miristar. Not that I'm complaining about that. I'm eating tons of grays and whites as we quest, in addition to, obviously, all the quest stuff, because we're doing pretty much all of it. I'm still pissed I got robbed of the chance to do anything with Ulduar's mount or whatever. True enough, as Miristar. Oh, oh no! I hadn't actually played Ret post Legion until Pandaria Remix, and I made a Zandalari Paladin, and holy crap, that was fun. Obviously, it was fun when we got extremely broken, but, you know, before we got ridiculously overpowered, Ret was still very, very fun. I am currently X-blocked, yes, as I should be.
Haha! Another chance to test my might.
Yes, that... I get why they do that, but I have to admit I'm a little irritated by it. There should be a thing where, like, it doesn't X-block you if you're prefab. Like, I mean, okay, let's be real here. If Blizzard is concerned about people leveling too fast, then maybe they should stop making it so quick and easy to level so fast, you know? Just a thought. Random thoughts. Like, just let people power level. Who cares? Who cares?
Run.
Yep. Well, Spartan's dead. Which is good to know. Nice. That was about 23% of my health from one hit.
Bested by the likes of...
Yeah, at least that boss had some teeth, exactly. What's interesting is I'm not sure we're killing super faster. In fact, I'm gonna write something down for later. All right. Right. I was supposed to talk about the Scarlet Crusade. Okay, so once upon a time. Oh, where do I begin? Once upon a time, there was this group called the Brotherhood of Light. It's a bunch of priests, primarily from Stormwind, although they had people all over the place. When the demonic horde invaded the southern regions, the Brotherhood of Light was like, "We got this! We'll help support people from the front lines." That's your priest unit back in Warcraft 1. A lot of them died. Like, most of them died. So, the guy whose name I can't think of, he shows up in Legion. He was like, you know what? This sucks. What we really need is some way for these people to survive the rigors of war. So he started Foul, that's it, Alonza's Foul. He started organizing a lot of them to be trained by warriors.
Everything must burn! None shall know the Scarlet Crusade's shame!
Martially trained priest is what a paladin is. So that's your first paladins. Your first formal paladins were the Knights of the Silver Hand, so named after Tyr and his silver hand. Long story, let's not get into that. So they got their own thing together, and the Knights of the Silver Hand were knights and fought in the Second War, and there's some cool stuff, and the Order kept going and expanding and expanding and expanding, and got more and more and more people recruited because, obviously, duh.
Behind boss.
Wrath of the Dragon!
But as they're... Oh, no. Oh, geez. Oh, that hits much harder. Oh, that hits much harder. Oh, that's great. Sorry. Yes, actually, J. Palmer. Yeah, TLDR. Read the Warcraft 2 manual.
Interrupt.
What does this have to do with the Scarlet Crusade? Well, pretty much all of the original Scarlet Crusaders were members of the Knights of the Silver Hand, who whether veterans of Warcraft 2 or people who joined specifically to fight in the Third War. Third War shows up. The Knights of the Silver Hand were essentially devastated. In fact, for all intents and purposes, the Knights of the Silver Hand stopped existing as a central unit. It's one of the reasons why there was a whole thing about it being reforged in WoW, I think, is when that story arc started.
Gone hard.
Yeah, the original Scarlets were actually legit because they were just paladins who would vow to fight the Scourge, and that's it. Very early into the original... No, that was noticeably harder, which is great. The original Scarlet Crusade was infiltrated very, very, very early on by a dreadlord named Balnazar. Balnazar was like, hey, and he did what dreadlords do best, and very, very slowly acted as kind of a filter on the Scarlet Crusade. So if you are evil, or violent, or malevolent, or torturous, or if you were just a mindless sheep who was going to follow orders, you would almost always end up surviving longer and getting cushier jobs and getting promoted. If you had a brain, you were usually sent on suicide missions or actually outright assassinated. And bit by bit, the Scarlet Crusade was fleeced and, like I said, filtered from being, righteous justice against the undead to being Nazis. Now here's the fun part. Balnazar's been out of the picture for years at this point, and the Scarlets have still kept going in his absence. Of course they have. Because the nature of what the Scarlet Crusade is perpetuates regardless of the people perpetuating it. As Loke mentioned earlier, there's plenty of people in the world who think, being part of a organization that is functionally Nazis, which are very, very anti-undead, is actually a good thing. And while I say that with some disdain in my voice, it's worth noting that a lot of people, especially in this era, are really going to be signing up to be a Crusader. Now, who supplies them? I don't know if any of these quests persist into the modern era, especially because, the Scarlets are dead as of Cata. But back in vanilla, there were actually several quests which showed that they had support from some of the actual polities. There was literally a Scarlet Crusader representative in Stormwind, for example. So, the idea is that the Scarlets have always had some backers. Yes, there actually was. Yes, they are, Mr. Red. In the monastery, in the Temple of Light. Now, pause. I need to jot down some notes, please. Give me 1 second. Why did the music stop? There it goes. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Sorry about the delay there. Oh, I guess that would be over here too, wouldn't it? Me too, Mr. Red. I suppose I'm in the minority on that one, but I like dungeons actually being content rather than something you mulch in 3 seconds. I know. Unpopular. Okay. Sorry about all that. I wanted to type down my notes while they were fresh. The problem with the Scarlet Crusade is they keep coming back even after death. Behind those resurrections is High Inquisitor Whitemane. With her death, so goes the Crusade. To give her the final rest, we need 2 swords of legend, each with a lost but storied history. Luckily for us, those 2 blades of the Anointed are at rest here in the monastery. Find them, and once you've killed Whitemane, plunge the blades into her corpse to make the death stick this time.
Dark Lady,
which is funny when you think about it. Okay, so if you're paying attention, we had some neat trash last time. We've got some neat trash here too. So there's Scarlets who have flamethrowers, which if you kill them, they drop the flamethrowers and you can take them. Those flamethrowers do tons of damage, by the way. And then there's your fuel tank. And then we've got corpse piles. The corpse piles spawn a non-stop stream of undead. So you have to constantly be dealing with that as you're pushing through the fight. That's cool. No, it's fine. By all means, check me. My memory is not perfect. He never went into the monastery. So, our first boss here, Thalnos, was actually in vanilla. Yeah, he's actually an undead now. Now, something I love about this, if you're paying attention, this is just so great. This is such a great bit of visual storytelling. In fact, I'm going to give a visual storytelling positive right now. Because this does a great job of conveying exactly how much the Scarlets have completely and utterly failed at everything, if you pay attention. Even within their own stronghold, this is as of this point in time, the last Scarlet stronghold that exists. And even within their own stronghold, there's piles of the undead, and ghosts roaming everywhere, and, of course, an undead member of the Crusade right there. They are way behind here.
My endless agony shall be yours as well.
Killers.
No rest for the angry dead.
So his first attack is a fairly basic, I'm going to pull a bunch of ads in. He might not do his other thing except on heroic. Thinking about it. Pretty much all of these are former Scarlets, too, by the way. The undead he is raising.
And return!
Yeah, it looks like he's not even doing it. He has an area denial attack. That's probably heroic only. That sucks. But that's okay. That's whatever.
Claim a body and wreak terrible vengeance!
There we go. There's our big ad. I was wondering if... Hey, we got 2 of them at once. Nice.
Can this be the end at last?
That's true, Cloden. And then the events of Wrath happened, and that was pretty much the end of all of that nonsense. Because, yeah, they lost Hearthglen to the Argents. They lost Stratholme in its entirety to us. They lost Tyr's Hand to the Scourge. They lost Avalon to the Scourge. And all their holdings in Northrend they lost to us. So I love this. Super elites are in here, but they're so drunk they don't even pay attention to us. I love this. Let's say we just skip the super elites and go to the regular elites. Yeah, there's literally undead outside their doors, and they're just in here getting drunk. I love it. They don't even attack us. They don't care. Yeah, they're just you know what? I'm going home. Alright, so I'm gonna do something because I've been curious about this for a minute now. Oh, I didn't even finish pulling. But I did pull them in. Okay, so I'm going to run back to get back to you quickly. Let's see how we do. Oh, I forgot to buff. Well, we're still alive. It's a good sign. Yeah, by the way, they really start getting creative with what abilities Trash has at this point. So how hard was that fight? Because I was dead during that, so I didn't get to really pay attention, unfortunately. Make sure to get the quest here. A lot of people tend to skip this. Hand of Providence. You take the second anointed blade and feel the power of both swords course through you. There's but one thing left to do. As the mysterious hooded woman explained, you must put an end to the Scarlet Crusade. Where the hell is... There it is. Oh god, triple stun there. I'll accept that. How about that one, Mike? That was a little bigger of a pack. That was like a 5-pack. Yeah, I noticed you popped the bubble. Oh, okay.
I will break you!
I don't know, I remember this being mean on Heroic, but then again, most dungeons are mean on Heroic. It's one of those weird things, right? I don't remember the difficulty of most dungeons on Normal at any point in, like, dungeoning history. Like, Heroics were invented in BC. They've been around pretty much since the beginning. So most of my memories of these dungeons come solely from the heroic versions.
Watch your step. Watch your feet.
I did it!
With your blood.
But I'm pretty sure most of you died from standing in the fire there. He leaves fire patches on the ground. I don't know if that counts. That probably doesn't count. We did actually wipe, though. I'm very happy about that. Yeah, I'm probably the only person in the world who's like, oh, thank God, good job, guys, we actually wiped. Oh, wow, we didn't kill any of those. Yeah, let's just get one more wipe in. We got this.
I will break you!
Watch your step.
Whoa, ho, 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 ho. Oh, you stood in the blazing fist, didn't you?
If you die, you die.
Well, we did it. We have successfully accomplished a second wipe. Verify for me, Mr. Ed. Your recap shows you dying to blazing fist, right? I guess I can just check. There's deaths. There we go. Wait, is it not tracking deaths properly? God dang it. Okay, how about enemy damage? There we go. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Yep, there it is. Blazing fists. No, it's okay. It's okay. I had it configured wrong. Let's see. I died to just being aggro. Bragwin died to having aggro, looks like, and a little bit of blazing fists. And yeah, the rest of that makes perfect sense. I am extremely happy, though. This boss has mechanics you have to dodge. Like that's... We even killed some of the trash. I'm gonna do it one more time. Come here.
I will break you!
Okay. Dodge mechanics. We got this. We know what happens if you don't.
Watch your step.
No, that is good. The fact that we died from not dodging mechanics is great. That's exactly how that should be. Yeah, that right there. Blazing Fist.
Watch your step.
Yeah, he only has 3 mechanics, but they're pretty mean. He's got the big AoE, which he's doing right now. He's got the cone AoE, and he's got that crap he leaves on the ground. Crap that's killing Bragwin right now. Okay, she got out of it. Yeah, that fire on the ground hurts like hell.
Watch your step.
You are like a piece of iron.
Okay. Not too shabby.
To think you've come so far, only to perish here.
I'll honor you with clean deaths.
Okay, I don't mind some of you being German. Why are you all German? Yeah, what? Oh, okay. Hey, Zen. Oh, yeah. What got me there? Oh, yeah. Pure. Yeah, that tracks completely. I'm going to not release. I just want to watch. Oh, no, we lost the healer. Okay, it's the last time I'll overpull. I think I've proven my point. I think you're right. I think they just got... Hollywood has people who can do Hollywood versions of accents. And they tend to get a lot of work, because it's like, hey, we need a German guy. Boom. And we need a German woman. Boom. They've gotten a little bit better about that. But there's a reason why the overwhelming majority of the actors in, say, Command & Conquer Red Alert, or, sorry, Red Alert 2, excuse me, are all played by people you've probably seen 1,000 times before. Like, they pulled out the standards for that. Alright. Thank you, Zen, again, very, very much. If you know what you want to put that towards, up to 3 games for future streams, please let me know. We didn't even wipe. Still, 2 deaths. I'm happy.
My legend begins now!
I'm going to be right on his face, because that should increase the damage he does. I'm not actually joking. Oh, we're just tearing through him, Jesus.
But my legend!
Oh, hello, Sally. He literally is using Varian's hairstyle, so that makes sense.
Arise, my champion.
Yeah, she doesn't have a lot of presence in the game, really. But she's pretty popular, probably because she's showing off a lot of leg. I kind of hope we see more of her, but, you know.
Mograine.
I love how she cries out for Mograine as she dies. Not Durand, Mograine. Alright, if I could target her. There we go. Now, try to be shocked. But it turns out it was actually Lillian Voss the entire time. My name's Lillian. You don't mind if I take those blades, do you?
My blades stay sharp.
With Whitemane gone for good, the Scarlet Crusade is finished. It's just a matter of sweeping up the refuse. Thank you, Garlota. Not just for myself, but for everyone opposed to mindless hatred and bigotry. Something Lillian will be very big against for most of her career. Oh, and thank you for these 2 new blades. Anointed and new in her blood, they should serve me well as I take the fight to Charlemagne's. Dun, dun, dun. But we'll follow through on the Charlemagne's chain later. For now, I'm actually going to hearth. Thank you, as always, for helping me with the group. That was quite helpful. Oh. And thank you, Jay Palmer, for this donation. I'll go ahead and jot that down for the same things you put it for last time. So that's... There we go. Okay. Oh God, what is wrong with my outfit?
Oh, I have just the thing.
There we go. Much better. Alright. Dungeon's done. Dungeon's reviewed, even. And Tirisfal done. I'm going to go and break for lunch, and when we get back from lunch, we'll go ahead and hit the Silver Pine Forest. We have another dungeon waiting for us. This one is actually a Cata dungeon, and that would be the Shadowfang Keep. So I do hope I'll get at least a few of you for that, but if not, otherwise, I'll see you in a bit.